get one now. What is the highest number on a standard roulette wheel? Pretty easy question, and we'll go to Phil and see if we can get the answer. Good morning, Phil.
Hey, good morning.
All right. Go ahead,
36?
Phil. What's the answer, dude?
Phil?
36?
36, yes. Yeah, hang on, Phil. We're going to give you, sir, a pair of tickets to see the Young Dubliners, and it'll be March 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Philadelphia. Tickets available for purchase at Ticketmaster.com. Must be 21 or older, and more information is available at riverscasino.com/Philadelphia. All right, so Kim Kardashian revealed to Variety in an interview published yesterday that viewers of her Hulu reality show will get a chance to see Kanye West, but not her new boyfriend, Pete Davidson.
Shut the f*** up!
She said that she has not filmed with the Saturday Night Live star because, quote, it's just not what he does. But she added if there was an event happening and he was there, he wouldn't tell the cameras to get away. I think I might film something really exciting coming up, but it wouldn't be for this season.
By the way, most of the season's already shot. That's the main reason Pete Davis is not part of it.
However, the Kardashian premieres, when the Kardashian premieres, viewers will see, quote, how we met and who reached out to who and how it happened and all the details that everyone wants to know.
You got to watch the promo for this show. When I'm watching it, it looks like a family of aliens. I've never seen. It's like that scene in Close Encounters at the end when the aliens finally come out of the ship. I'm looking, well, where are these people from? They all have the same plastic, puffed up look, and it's for some reason it pisses me off.
So Kanye did film scenes for the show, and according to the outlet, he is featured in the first episode. Kim said, being in the public eye and having disagreements publicly is never easy, but I do believe in handling it all privately. I believe in championing publicity publicly and criticizing privately. And I don't think I would ever criticize the father of my children on my TV show. That's just not really what I'm all about. And I just don't think that would ever make me feel good.
So let me ask you something. At this point, with the amount of gravitas that they have, this whole family, is the show even necessary? Like, because to me, initially, the show was used as a marketing tool.
To drive the brand.
Right, to drive the brand.
Yeah.
I think the brand has far surpassed the show now at this point.
I agree. No, I don't think they need this at all.
Preston, why are they doing it to us?
You know what? I think they just starve for the attention, man.
It's gotta be
I think having the cameras around them, it makes them feel alive.
It keeps them from having to be human.
That's it too. So the Kardashians will premiere April 14th, and you can find that on Hulu. Stanley Tucci, great actor, love him. Tells people that he is incredibly lucky to be alive today, and says that his wife Felicity Blunt it had helped him through one of the toughest times in his life. The 61-year-old actor was diagnosed with cancer at the base of his tongue back in 2017 after suffering with jaw pain for 2 years. He said, I had a scan, but the scan missed it. And, of course, when you think that there might be something wrong, you're also afraid that there's something wrong. And Tucci is now cancer-free after undergoing a 35-day radiation treatment plus 7 sessions of chemotherapy. Wow. The Hunger Games star tells the publication, Felicity's undying attention, affection, and encouragement got me through it.
That's when stuff, you live at one level, and that's when life gets really, really, resoundingly true. That's when you know who the people are you can count on in your life.
Yep, for real. Amy Schumer says that she dropped out of the live-action Barbie movie after she was given a pair of designer shoes. She told The Hollywood Reporter that she already had reservations about the film because, quote, they definitely didn't want to do it the way I wanted to do it. And when somebody at Sony Pictures had sent her a pair of, Manolo Blahnik shoes to congratulate her on the role. She said, the idea that that's just what every woman must want right there, I should have gone, you got the wrong gal.
Wow.
So it pissed her off somehow or another.
Interesting.
Yeah, right? I'm sure they're expensive shoes, right?
Yeah.
New version of the...
You got to make a stand, but I'll take the shoes.
New version of the Barbie movie is currently in production, starring Margot Robbie in the titular role. Black Panther director Ryan Coogler is speaking out after he was mistaken for a bank robber in an Atlanta Bank of America back in January. TMZ had first reported on Wednesday via an Atlanta police report that Coogler was briefly detained after stopping in a Bank of America location when a teller mistook his transaction request for a bank robbery note and called police.
What?
The director told TMZ, he said, the situation should never have happened. However, Bank of America worked with me and addressed it to my satisfaction, and we have moved on. Bank of America rep told Variety, we deeply regret that this incident occurred. It never should have happened, and we have apologized to Mr. Coogler. So,
how could I assume he filled out a withdrawal.
Yeah, so here's what happened. So TMZ posted photos showing Coogler entering the bank wearing sunglasses and a COVID face mask, and then he handed the teller a withdrawal slip and a note written on the back that said, I would like to withdraw $12,000 cash from my checking account. Please do the money count somewhere else. I'd like to be discreet, which is saying he would feel uncomfortable having somebody see him get $12,000 in cash and walk out because then you're a target.
It's a security concern.
So they're seeing this, I think, as the wording, count the money somewhere else. I'd like it to be discreet. Somehow or another, they mistook that as a suspicion.
It's sort of, no, it seems like he's satisfied with their reasoning.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Authorities then briefly handcuffed Coogler upon arrival and detained 2 individuals who were waiting for him outside. And then they got it all worked out.
Sometimes you can get those misunderstandings very easily. I went to the bank one time and they were out of withdrawal slips, so I wrote my withdrawal on my gun.
Okay, all right.
And man, oh man, still paying for that one.
Coogler is in Atlanta filming Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, the sequel to the blockbuster from Marvel, and it's supposed to be in theaters in November. Tony Hawk broke his femur in a reported skating accident on Monday. The 53-year-old Hawk shared the details of his injury, including photos of his x-rays and him putting weight on the broken leg in an Instagram post on Tuesday.
Holy crap.
He explained why the injury. You looking at the x-ray of it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That is not a clean, that's a messed up break.
Yep. He explained why the injury won't stop him from skating despite his advanced age. He admitted, however, the recovery process will be, quote, much harder than the one he underwent for a broken elbow 20 years prior. He said, I found my sense of purpose and shaped my identity through skating, and it nourishes my mental health immensely. I've said many times that I won't stop skating until I am physically unable. A broken leg with plenty of hardware will probably be the biggest test of that creed. I'll be back, maybe not at full capacity, but I resigned to that notion years ago as I approached midlife. Thanks to my unyieldingly supportive, tolerant family and all of you for the love and support through the years. I wouldn't be here without you. See you on the other side, is what he said.
So you're going to break up that high. That's a big bone.
That's exactly what my dad had.
Really? When he was trying to paint in the foyer?
Yeah, it actually was a little bit higher than that. But, listen, my dad's much older than him, and he recovered. He's out biking and doing skiing and all that. Well, skiing, so he'll be all right.
He gave up sleeping with legendary rock stars,
right? But Tony's pretty resilient guy, so we'll see if he repairs properly and gets back out there, and I'm sure he will. Todd Morgan has filed for divorce from Rosanna Arquette. According to documents obtained by TMZ, Morgan filed for divorce Wednesday.
If there was one relationship I used to look to and say they can do it right in Hollywood, it was Tom Morgan and Rosanna Arquette.
Yeah. Do you think he filed with Morgan and Morgan and Morgan?
Absolutely.
So they were.
It seems only appropriate.
They were married for 9 years. The investment banker claims in the petition that the pair have been separated since January 1st because of irreconcilable differences. He is Arquette's 4th husband, by the way. Wow. So she's had a few of them.
Used to have a massive crush on her. They dated for the longest time was Peter Gabriel.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And wait, I'm sorry. Is the song Rosanna written about her?
No. I'm sorry. Yes, Rosanna Arquette. Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
Yep. You know what? I was thinking of her sister. Patricia Arquette. Yes. That's who I was thinking of.
Ratricia.
Oh, my God.
It's Ratricia.
It's Ratricia.
So, Lucas Gage, I don't know who he is, admitted to Paris Hilton that he is the worst for crashing her wedding to Carter Reum while wearing a disgusting T-shirt, he said.
He admitted he's the worst?
Yeah. So, he's on White Lotus.
Okay.
He explained during his March 6th appearance on This Is Paris podcast that he had no idea that he was showing up to a wedding when his friend called him and said, come to Paris's party. If he had known, he said he would have worn a nice suit and brought a gift.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
I've been living in a world where there exists a Paris Hilton podcast, and I'm not listening every day.
I know. I'm sorry, but now this is your wake-up call.
Oh, my God. I've got a lot of listening to do.
Yeah, you do. So make sure you spread those out.
Cannot wait.
Make them last.
When you get revelations like someone regrets not being appropriately dressed for a wedding, that's a show I got to be a part of.
All right, this is pretty wild. Selma Blair has been granted an order of protection against her recent ex, a guy named Ronald Carlson. And according to documents obtained by TMZ, Carlson berated the actress, who has multiple sclerosis, for being, quote, a cripple before he lunged at her, grabbed her by the neck, and strangled her. This is the allegations. Throttling her and shaking her head and shoulders aggressively.
Listen, I think, personally, he could be a little bit more supportive.
Blair claims that she fought him off but was unconscious by the time the police came. Carlson, who was arrested for felony domestic violence with corporal injury, filed his own petition of restraining order against her on Wednesday, claiming that she was the aggressor.
Yeah, you look at her, right? And she still, I think she still moves around with a cane.
Yeah, she's got MS, man.
So, that seems feasible.
And so his restraining order has not been granted.
She's doing great, by the way. I remember, because I've follow her on Instagram. She posts really wonderful, inspiring stuff. And when she was at her lowest, she was still possessed of a great attitude. And now she's made such progress. It's amazing.
Yep. Actor Josh Peck recently opened up to people about his struggle with drugs and alcohol addiction. The 35-year-old Drake and Josh alum from Nickelodeon told the magazine that he discovered drugs and alcohol after losing more than 120 pounds in his teenage years. He said, it became clear that once I lost the weight, and that I was the same head in a new body. What is really clear is that I overdo things. And then I discovered drugs and alcohol, and that became my next chapter. I used food and drugs to numb my feelings, and the addiction caused him to be known in Hollywood as unstable and erratic, motivating him to get sober in 2008.
So think about that show. He had his issues, and then Drake, right? Drake Bell, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's had issues, and I think he was last accused of grooming an underage girl.
That's correct, yeah. So he's written a book. He's trying to get his he has gotten his life under control, but apparently he was getting out of control until he grabbed hold. And so you can find out more information about that.
He did a show with
John Stamos.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Amanda Bynes took to her new Instagram account to announce the date of her conservatorship hearing. In a video dated March 7th, the Nickelodeon star said, "What's up, Instagram? Amanda Bynes here. My court date is coming up in 2 weeks. I want to thank you all so much for your love and support. Peace out." E! News confirmed a hearing has been scheduled for March 22nd. In late February, Amanda had filed for to terminate her conservatorship, which has been managed by her mother, Lynn Bynes, since it was first put in place back in 2013.
She seems to be okay. She's doing voiceover work for Jerkmates, Preston.
Oh, is she?
Really?
Yeah.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
I hope she's doing okay.
Yeah, I think she really does not benefit by exposure to the entertainment industry. So
I agree.
Let her do her thing.
It's wild because you can see there was a switch somewhere along the line. There's a vacancy in her eyes.
Yeah.
Where she used to be this really bubbly, full-of-life person, and then something, and it can happen, I mean, mentally, you can,
oh my God, yeah.
A condition can come along.
Not her fault.
No, yeah.
But they were calling her like a young Carol Burnett. She had that kind of a talent.
Yeah, yeah. This is great news. Tenacious D, Jack Black, and Kyle Gass are heading out on a fall leg of their U.S. tour, and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
baby.
We got to get him in.
They'll be September 11th.
Sunday, I think.
Is it? Yeah. At the Mann Center. So, yeah, I didn't look at the calendar case. The tour serves as a belated 20th anniversary celebration of their 2001 self-titled debut album, and tickets go on sale this Friday.
We had them on the show a couple of times. Remember when they were really had just come on the scene and they played the festival.
Yep. And I've got a picture of me and Jack and Kyle together. It was great, man. They were a lot of fun. Very cool. All right, this sounds interesting. It's a great idea. I'm curious though. And you'll understand when I read this story, but a Billy Joel biopic titled Piano Man is in the works, at Michael Jai White's gigantic studios with Adam Ripp attached to write and direct. I love this idea. I think that'd be a great story.
Sure.
The biopic will follow Joel's early years from being discovered by his first manager, Erwin Mazer, at age 16 to playing in a Long Island cover band in the 1960s to his breakout performance in 1972 that captured the attention of Clive Davis. So maybe MMR will be involved in this.
Should be. Needs to be.
However, Billy Joel's rep says that Billy is not involved with this film project and that no rights in music, name, likeness, or life story will be granted.
That's Billy. Seriously going to hamper this biopic.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Instead, Gigantic has acquired the life rights to Mazer, who managed Billy from 1965 to 1972, the year before his commercial breakthrough. Joel's hit album and song Piano Man were released in 1973. So music needs for the film are yet to be determined, according to the producer. So I don't know how they could pull this off. I mean,
he's very private.
You had the Jimi Hendrix film that did not have any original Jimi Hendrix music in it.
It killed it. The movie tanked.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It could have been. It could have been really good.
There was a whole series arc on 30 Rock where it ended up being a biopic about Jackie Jump because they couldn't get the licensing rights for Janis Joplin. So,
what was it?
So they went with all of these parody songs, but Jackie Jump was singing them, and I laugh every single time I hear a story like this.
Yeah, and you can't do a Billy Joel music. It's all original music. It's all great. Original. Some of the best songs ever written.
My first agent ever in comedy had been friends with Billy Joel and played in a band of his called the Hassles. I think one of Joel's first bands. And I always thought, I bet you I'm going to get to meet Billy Joel. And it never happened.
So Adam Ripp said in a statement, Billy Joel has been a part of my life since my father signed him to his record label when I was 4 years old. His music is ingrained in my DNA, and it's been a dream of mine as a filmmaker to explore and celebrate the untold story of how Billy Joel became the Piano Man. So I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll have to wait and find out.
What they should do is get the rights to Jimi Hendrix music and populate that with...
put it in the Billy Joel story.
Chunk of My Lung, Casey, was the song that she sang instead of Piece of My Heart.
Okay. Chunk of My Lung. Yeah. That's great. So Colin Farrell, after a weekend of major box office success and critical acclaim for The Batman, it's no surprise that his Penguin spin-off series is moving forward at HBO Max.
I have to tell you, this is an astonishing performance.
Yeah?
I would defy...
Wait a second.
You didn't know it was him?
Yeah,
that's Colin Farrell?
Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
That's Colin. What?
Yeah. I love it when that happens. You watch a whole movie and you have no idea that there was a big star in one of the roles.
Everything from the prosthetics to the performance to the voice, you would have no idea. It's all masterful work. And I said to my wife, I was showing her the video of Colin Farrell on a talk show. I said, see this handsome-looking guy with a pronounced Irish accent? That's who played Penguin.
Wow.
Blew her mind.
Under the working title The Penguin, Farrell will go more in depth on Matt Reeves' bumbling version of the villain. Farrell said in a statement, the world that Matt Reeves created for the Batman is one that warrants a deeper gaze through the eyes of Oswald Copperpot. I couldn't be more excited about continuing this exploration of Oz as he rises through the darkened ranks to become the Penguin. Will be good to get him back on the streets of Gotham for a little madness and a little mayhem.
Yeah, the way he's written too, he's got a lot of nuance that comes through. So I'm looking forward to this series.
So I love it when I recognize people from I can't believe I had, and I feel like I even knew like months ago. Oh yeah, he was gonna, and
it's almost impossible to believe when you're watching the movie.
I mean, listen, I was watching Reacher. I was watching Reacher yesterday, and there's a scene where this guy is fishing on the side of this river, right, and then he was in it for like 10 seconds. He's walking away. I go, that's the guy that's in the beginning of Tommy Boy. Like, I can do that, but I can't. I had, this guy's in the movie.
The guy wasn't wearing 30 pounds of prosthetics.
No, but it was like 30 years later.
So HBO Max has given the drama spinoff a straight-to-series order, attaching Reeves to once again tap into his brilliant Bat vision of Gotham. So there you go. That's going to be awesome. Let's see. Speaking of awesome, Disney Plus dropped a new teaser Wednesday for their forthcoming series, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The clip shows the titular hero hiding out in Tatooine while the Empire is on the hunt for the Jedi Master. The series starring Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan, and Hayden Christensen as Darth Vader will premiere on Wednesday, May 25th.
We have a little clip of that teaser if you'd like to play it.
Sure. Let's cue that up.
Nobody told me about that. It looks good.
I'm excited for this one.
Yes.
Jedi cannot help what they are. Their compassion leaves a trail. The Jedi code is like an itch. He cannot help it. Where is he?
Yeah, I might actually watch this one.
Because he was great. Honestly, that second trilogy was totally resting on his shoulders as far as the heart and soul of the movie, and he is on the run in this, which looks very cool. So, so far, I thought Mandalorian was great. I thought Boba Fett was good, you know. But I'm very excited for this one.
Even using some of the score from the from episodes 1 through 3.
Absolutely.
All right, we're ready now for clips to play. Let's see here. What do we start with? Not letting autism hold him back, a high schooler who is determined to run a marathon and win his father's approval befriends and trains with a champion marathon runner. Here, Major Dodson explains how important training was for his role in Tyson's run.
It was so much preparation. I had to do laps around their really large parking lot. They were timed. I had to learn how to stretch. I had to learn how to maintain proper form, do breathing. That's a part of the movie. Tyson hadn't trained for it, but if I hadn't done that training, I don't think it would have worked out as nicely as it did.
Really?
Yeah. Tyson's Run opens in select theaters on Friday. Here's the next clip for you. And All My Friends Hate Me, Pete is cautiously excited about reuniting with his college crew for a birthday weekend until one by one they slowly turn against him. In this clip, Tom Stourton talks about juxtaposing comedy and horror.
We always wanted to play the joke as straight as possible. We thought it'd be the funniest version of the joke would be one where, you know, everyone was playing it like it was a drama in the lead up to sort of the punchline or the kind of rug pull, as it were. You know, you do as much work as you can on the script, and then actually we were just very lucky to have such a talented director and editor.
I don't think I want to see it.
All My Friends Hate Me opens in theaters on Friday as well. That's the last bit of info, entertainment info that I have for you this morning.
No, I mean, you pulled from all forms of entertainment.
Everywhere.
Every part of the world, you brought it all in, you siphoned it, synthesized it, and we are better for it.
I left a pint of blood on the stage.
There you go. That's it,
Done.
man.
That's it, man. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We got wrestlers stopping by. We got actresses we're talking to. We have some things happening you'll want to stick around for this morning. We actually have a little bit of sunshine.
Hey!
Wasn't expecting to see that this morning. That's nice. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. What's new?
Glad you asked.
Dirty Honey. Eddie Vedder.
By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, because...
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer. Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I noticed.
6 to 11.
Because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee,
my
I
gosh.
wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep. They
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well, no, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover that.
myself.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In the study.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And is as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical
Stop
ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what is
Morning shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
The goddamn truth.
I just have
In
no
case you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself.
Oh my God.
I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo? Oh, my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nails, he's got soap in his hands. For his nails.
This is getting ridiculous.
Get it?
And there are
We
real,
had 3 hours of sleep last night.
and there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
I mean, probably
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
Napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer takes time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
my God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like
it
a stripper.
glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh, my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you'd do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can see your buoys.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams.
Yo.
Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh No!
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys would be kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing Nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pows we throw at. I give it 4 pows, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson. Ryan Gosling's sister.
Yeah.
Huge kids. I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the
Thank you very
coveted
much, Kathy.
Golden
Coming up on the
Shiv program a little bit later on this morning. We're going to have actress Ali Sheedy joining us to talk about Single Drunk Female. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Always wanted to talk to Ali Sheedy.
Yeah. I mean, look at her run of movies at a certain point in her career, like starting back with War Games and going all through, all the
Breakfast
John
Club
Hughes stuff,
and-
St. Elmo's Fire. I mean, come on.
So we'll talk to her, and we also have some Impact wrestlers that are coming in this morning. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour because it's a big event in South Philly. It's South Philly Showdown, the 18th and 19th. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. I got an email from somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, this would be great to talk about. And then I realized after looking a little bit further into this link that it's not exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so it's a teacher slang word. So people who work in the teaching industry, it says 30 words for educators only. And I thought that this was legitimate slang that was used, but upon further reading, it's actually things that should be used in slang or should be slang terms.
Its very existence might cause that to happen.
Maybe.
Because, we were kind of talking about this, and I think a lot of occupations have code speak for when they are in general public situations.
Yes.
So you may not know what you're hearing. It seems rather benign, but they're actually communicating in a way you don't understand. I think that's a standard. So you provide a good list for teachers. I'm sure they might use it.
Yeah, so work terms are definitely, it's another language. Like if you went into somewhere that is not your field and you're sitting, you could be lost in conversation. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, we use our own terms here for, certain things like, commercials are called spots.
Yeah.
And there's the faders. We call those pots sometimes.
Or a puker.
A puker,
Right.
which is somebody who talks like this on the radio. That's a puker.
You can imagine what a prize pig is.
Yep, somebody who's constantly winning everything all the time.
Right.
Those are prize pigs. It has been, we didn't make that up. That's what it's been
forever.
for a long time in the industry.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of terms that are used. And feel free to share yours, those we may not be familiar with from whatever industry you work in. So here's a couple of examples. And at first I was like, okay, I didn't know they use these words. But apparently these are ones that they would hope they would use. So Crayola is a term. The definition is it's a riff on cray-cray. Crazy off the walls.
Okay.
So using a sentence was, my class was Crayola today. I almost lost my shiitake mushrooms.
Okay.
I like that.
So here's another one, which is, I like this one too. Shebay, which is is an acronym where you take the initials and okay, so should have been an email. SHBAE.
Okay.
That staff meeting was totally shebay this afternoon. I like that.
I think there's a big application for that. We've used variations on that already.
Yeah.
When you're talking, that's, again, I love code speak because a lot of times you don't want to, hurt someone's feelings, but you need to communicate and get the message across.
So you have a shubay and probably a chubay. So it should have and could have.
Right. Could have been an email. Yeah, chubay. All right, how about this one? A chopper, which equals helicopter, meaning helicopter parents. Yes.
Right.
So using it in a sentence, Josh's parents are total choppers, and it all makes so much sense now. And helicopter parents is that's a slang term.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, so.
Constantly hovering.
All right, so for teachers, here's another potential slang term, gray. Definition is spending all night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Another slang term might be IBH, inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of stuff that would fall into that realm, and if you could get the teacher to laugh, it was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school,
right?
But I was using it like because I had heard it before,
right?
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, "Dude," and I was like, "What?" I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman, bam, pow. I was going like douche, and I had no. Clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is douche. Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Go checks. Diaphragm.
Oh, my God. Here's some text coming in. Somebody this says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer back in the day, which was short for get out of my ER. Gomer. There's
Interesting.
a Gomer out there.
Or it could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say, scroll down a little bit. Yeah, so a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, a see you next Tuesday hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
You know
it's just it's
so a C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were going to highlight, Nick? HVAC?
Yeah.
All right. Rotten cotton means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay. I can
like
see that. A pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC, those are some of the terms that they use. Okay. Like I said, I like the C hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston. Or people who are working the counter at restaurants, they'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers kind of in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No, you're not. But also, what people also need to understand is, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's like a wait, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal and then you just hang out. And
you don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But if you know that there's a half hour, hour, this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore.
Right.
And so there's a lot of waiting. So, for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch.
Right. All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big F and Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women, I'm sure men too, that dig a uniform, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah?
Really now?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR. If you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that next.
Okay.
Hi, Will. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, I said, "It's the high F on the E string." I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F-bomb, he goes, "So would you say it's F'd up?" And the class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh, no.
Okay. And I looked at the kid, and I said, "I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping." I said, "But that's pretty. That's pretty funny."
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for just kind of letting it slide. It was. I mean, it was like it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
But you
Will.
do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out, "Caulk gun," when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just
code.
A code.
Yeah.
So
funny.
my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh, okay.
they would
Table
call that out,
23.
and they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for restaurant industry.
Soup table 4, which means hot chick table 4.
Soup
Okay.
table. So you do these
Soup
things.
table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at
exactly
the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers there, just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we don't have radios. We say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway. You might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well,
there you go.
look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right. Thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in, if there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right, here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yeah, Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you got to take a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter. It needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day, and every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move it a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciati. A little shout to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Slim Tyler, John Travolta, if you got a bolt.
Oh, my God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
Pack out. You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken? When a good-looking woman would walk in.
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work. And if, climbing the tree, if you need to get out on the limb, so you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something. But somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch
cricket. So explain.
Because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch.
Okay.
So we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, a guy that don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. Like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
I'd laugh so much. I think I would go out just because it was so pleasant. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. Crotch cricket.
Awesome,
I love it. Thanks, Rob. Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No, no way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's fun. Yeah,
That's a Bob.
And it's it's fun having that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying
It's
to.
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are, some sort of code speak.
We back in my pot smoking days, and my kids are listening, whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would
Just to be clear.
But when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Yo, are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh,
yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But dude, I did have a friend who was like totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it and hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're
there?
making it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean Pod.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's Tech says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? So I think wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
maybe they meant
moms and sisters would be Stacy's.
Maybe they're being sneaky.
Or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A Baldwin.
And right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
That's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same. Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Matt, good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
Wow.
9 times.
9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line
No
through
bird
it.
dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine. Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets that walked in.
Okay, and how would you indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Right.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so whenever we saw a mullet, it was like.
So to explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground, that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay.
I love it. And then the number was
almost like a loser symbol.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing, obviously this is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about.
Find the code Q.
Oh, that's
I love it.
great. And
Especially an overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q. That was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent. I love it. That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
they keep coming back.
Okay.
That's the standard, yeah.
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that,
girlfriend would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very
about
discreet
it.
about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department. And we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And they were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy. And the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they look like the number 10. That was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right, you were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID-10 tango right there.
ID-10 tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID-10 tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. It sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID-10 tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
What type of work?
Auto technician.
An auto technician.
Okay, all right, I got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people steal perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All he is. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
This was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P, Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is poop crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that, Dave.
Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I had a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we were working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, see,
play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And then if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with 2 legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You
It's
never
possible.
know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our 3 judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program. Tim.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now Tim was assuring me. He said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation?
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way,
Mike?
sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's good.
All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been gone for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
Of course it is.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make that?
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey, I told him Chi-Chi's aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a Stromboli.
wow. Well, they call it a wrap in Delco. It's a Stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay, are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, let's hire Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
No, that's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
So they do have beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Is anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi.
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Bucks go. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
it
tactic.
all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right.
We used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to,
so there's very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
But all right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet. But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No. He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
that's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Frankenbeans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. It's I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
I could have a stroke.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But
You really sugarcoated it.
It just doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
the presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
To take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit, a
right
little
at the end.
extra.
It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really? Those words came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. This weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure? Keep eating, my guy. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out,
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? That it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
No, we got to wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi-Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
Get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine a Kathy closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know. I'm telling you, it got
freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed.
Carrie.
And I've known for, a while now that I need to do it. And every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
You're
no. It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie,
my God.
these are the people I work with.
Wait a second. This still has a tag on it. I never wore it.
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs.
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the question, Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once-over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the...
So you know who would
yeah, like I
maybe like something?
Right, exactly. A couple, and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
How much?
Or like
Where's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Leaks, clogs, or cold weather. Horizon Services can resolve that plumbing to-do list fast. And it's fixed or installed the same day as your confirmed appointment, or it is free. Visit horizonservices.com/easybook to book in 30 seconds. All right, so I found this interesting. An ancient rock said to contain an evil demon has cracked open in Japan.
Whoa!
Yes, the rock, where it is known as the Killing Stone, and has split into in Japan. Legend says that the volcanic rock is the home to the nine-tailed fox known as the Tamamamam no Mai. And as those who come into contact with the rock will die. Folklore also says the rock continually spews out poisonous gas. So now that the rock has split, some are nervous to visit the tourist hotspot where it sits in the mountains of Tochigi. Japanese officials are still trying to decide what to do with the rock.
I wouldn't go near it.
And some on Twitter are expressing their fears about what the split could mean.
It is a demon rock.
It is thought that rainwater may have gotten inside the rock and caused the damage. But yes, it's known as the Killing Stone, and it is an ancient rock that contains an evil demon.
You'd be very dismissive of it, and then you'd start to get up close to it, and you go, what if it's true?
I know, right? Yes.
That's just a stupid, well, I don't know.
Yeah. A 17-year-old boy scaled a tree at an Indiana park to rescue a cat that he saw up in the branches on Saturday afternoon. Rescuers say he climbed up 35 feet into the tree in Holiday Park before realizing that he wouldn't be able to make it down safely.
So he became a crotch cricket.
A crotch cricket,
yeah.
As our last segment revealed to us. The Indianapolis Fire Department says the boy's position did not allow the same ease for getting down, and they had to use a rope system to lower him to safety.
Poor guy.
To the ground after about 2 hours.
I think we've all been at that when you're climbing trees as a kid. Occasionally, you'll hit that. Now, how do I get down moment?
Totally. The teen was checked out by medics and released to his parents with just a few scrapes, but the cat remained in the tree. On Monday, it was revealed the cat's owner ended up hiring a private company to go up there and retrieve her pet.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, my friend Matt, he was stuck on a garage roof for like hours because he was so afraid to get down. He got up there and then he was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't," and he just wouldn't. He would not come down.
Did someone eventually bring a ladder?
He's
still up there.
No, he's still up there. No, what we ended up doing was getting a whole bunch of like boards and basically building a ramp for him to like shimmy down.
Wow, all right.
Stay off the roof.
Nobody had a ladder.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Rising TikTok star Chosen Terrell Hanna has been arrested by the FBI after investigators were able to connect him to a string of armed robberies that took place in the Metro Detroit area. The 22-year-old was identified as he was seen dancing on TikTok and what has been described as his stick-up shoes that he would wear.
Well, that's an interesting angle.
Investigators noticed that Hannah was wearing a pair of white Nikes with red highlights that were spotted directly at the scene of the crime.
Stick-up shoes.
As investigators were gathering evidence, they used over a dozen TikTok videos by Hannah to build the case. Known on TikTok as Chosen World, his account has over 150,000 followers with video content ranging from dancing to comedy. Hannah admitted to robbing 4 stores after investigators raided his home. The robberies took place over a 3-month period. All 4 robberies had a similar storyline, leading investigators to believe that this was the act of a single individual.
Kathy, what shoes do you prefer for an armed robbery?
My sneakers, of course.
And witnesses described the same outfit each time. At one of the robberies, investigators were able to notice that the suspect had pink or red hair peeking out from his black ski mask.
Yeah.
And there had been another identifier that could be seen in the TikTok videos, but the shoes are what really led them to him. He is charged with robbery. The charges could result in more than a 20-year sentence. And he was doing well on TikTok. He could have made a career possibly.
Sometimes you have a hobby that you just can't give up.
I guess so. All right, in North Carolina, a television news report says that a school bus driver was suspended after 3 families said the driver swabbed their children's mouths and paid them money.
What?
And since that report, several calls have come into the television station from viewers saying that they have heard similar stories. Families claim nearly a dozen children were paid $5 by their bus driver to take a mouth swab and give personal information, calling it a COVID-19 test. Number one, they don't do COVID tests like that.
No.
And they don't know why this guy was doing it. None of it was approved by the district. So obviously, police are looking into this, and I don't really have any other details.
Could have
on
been
this
worse.
story.
Remember for a while there were rumors of a rectal swab?
A rectal swab. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. Yes. A Mississippi assistant principal was fired from his job after he read a children's book that was called I Need a New Butt to second graders last week during a Zoom class. Toby Price, who had been the assistant principal at Gary Road Elementary School, said that the book is a favorite of his, and he grabbed it to read to the students after a guest reader didn't show up. He said that he's read the book, which he's described as funny and silly, and has suggested it has a suggested reading age of 6 to 10 years old. To children at other schools, there's never been a problem. So the publisher's synopsis of the book by the author Don McMillan says, a young boy suddenly notices a big problem. His butt has a huge crack. So he sets out to find a new one. Will he choose an armor-plated butt, a rocket butt? Find out in this quirky Tale of Tale, which features hilarious rhymes and delightful illustrations. So it's a children's book.
Yeah,
it's a joke. It's funny.
He got fired for this?
Yeah. The termination letter Price was sent from the superintendent of the Hinds County School District superintendent said, reading the book showed, quote, a lack of professionalism and impaired judgment and caused, quote, unnecessary embarrassment. And it's not clear who complained about the book. So isn't that stupid?
I don't like
It's
that.
like Captain Underpants.
It's my favorite John Grisham book. I Need a New Butt. But I'll tell you what, I'm thinking I'm going to read it now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like these banned books. No, I want to read that. All right, and then we'll end with this. An Idaho man broke a Guinness World Record by spinning a set of poi balls 83 times in 1 minute.
Poi balls?
I didn't know what it was. And then I saw the video. I'm like, oh, that's what that is. Do you remember like ravers would put like glow sticks on the end of strings?
I got you.
And spin them around.
Yes.
It's like that, but they're balls at the end.
Okay. All
right.
And so David Rush, who has broken more than 200 Guinness records
my balls!
to promote STEM education, said he wanted to take on the record for the most poi weaves in 1 minute while on vacation in Italy, and his first attempt was in front of the famous Leaning Tower of Pisa. Rush said his strings became tangled at the 56-second mark, ending the attempt, and some nearby police asked him to relocate. The next attempt at Le Corniglia Cinque Terre ended with 83 poi weaves in 1 minute, and it was enough to break the previous record of 80.
You would think this would be something that if someone got good enough, they could do it for much longer than that.
I would think. Well, no, it's not. It's how many weaves they do in 1 minute.
Oh, I see.
It's not length.
But still, we're looking at it. It looks like someone who's mastered. Oh, well, okay.
He's
Now he's
swinging
getting
it pretty
up to
damn
speed.
fast. So yeah,
Like
I've actually
nunchucks.
always wanted to play around with that, do that thing.
Oh, yeah. You get them to light up and stuff. It looks really cool.
Yep. All right. So anyhow, he broke the world record. Ow!
I love
That's like seeing somebody hit themselves with nunchucks.
It's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best.
Uh-huh.
There's a whole,
Bang!
we're fans of a website that is just horrible martial artists or people who believe that they've watched videos, so now they're judo champion or whatever.
Yep.
And when they break out the weapons, when they break out the nunchucks, you're in for a good time.
Yep, totally. All right, that's it. That is what I have in the B-File for you. We're going to take a break. When we return, we are going to have guests in the studio from Impact Wrestling and brand new music from Black Keys. Wild Child will be played next. Stay put. We'll be right back.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put women's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So stop
Shut up! Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right. So
No, he was Savannah Guthrie asked it. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's,
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out. Yeah. I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room. You know.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. Yeah, turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Well, Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're
talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you
been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there, I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. They're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
Some of your friends may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me, yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that, like, to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah, Yosemite.
Okay, all right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
So he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And of course, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding. I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding. And I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah. So,
Doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
it was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I gotta say, I'm a little nervous. Yeah, I've been known more for my shepherding skills and the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding. But I gotta say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged from my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock, and here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly a shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they had reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right.
They were going to get their German shepherd to show up. But
now that I would have email. By the way, our guests are running a little bit late, so we'll get them on in a little bit. But I got this email, Kathy. This will speak directly to you. This is from Kelly, who emailed in and said, she said, first of all, we appreciate all the love that your show has shown for Jake's Bar throughout the years, especially when Jake passed away. This is in Westchester, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of a kind and a true legend. Jake was a private family man, and your show provided an awesome tribute to him and the bar that he created. In so many ways, Jake's Bar hasn't changed a bit. He created a bar where you know that you belong as soon as you walk in the door. It's been a weird 2 years, but one thing has stayed the same. A dollar draft and a game of shuffleboard makes everything better. And as you may remember, we were nominated for the Barstool Sports Best Bar competition last year and made it to the Final Four.
That's pretty damn good.
And we are still surprised that we made it so far in the competition because Jake's was clearly in a league of its own compared to the other bars. We seem to be the only small corner bar in the bracket, and it was the greatest distraction from a crazy year. She said that the Barstool Sports Best Bar competition is a March Madness bracket-style competition where Twitter users tweet a specific hashtag for their bar of choice, ours being hashtag BestBarJakes. Voting for the top 128 closes on Friday at 3 p.m. If we win, we move to the next round and voting takes place again. And since this is basically a Twitter popularity contest, and we know you speak to so many Jake regulars on a daily basis, we were hoping that you could give us a tweet and remind some of the others to vote. We truly appreciate any support you provide. At the end of the day,
We intend to stay true to Jake's Bar, and we know this is a fun game that doesn't really change much. We'll still open at 8 a.m. the next morning regardless. So that is from Kelly, and she is Jake's daughter-in-law.
Okay.
Who emailed in.
I mean, if there was, there's a few places that would describe my entire college career, and Jake's is absolutely one of them. I lived 1 block from Jake's, so we pretty much started every night there. And
Is it true that they open up at that time in the morning?
Oh yeah, and and the thing about Jake's is it attracts obviously the college kids. It attracts the alumni who go back. That's like the first place we'll go.
Right.
And then you'll see locals sitting in there. As well. So it's, I mean,
appealing to everyone.
Amongst everybody. And it's small. It's a tiny place.
Yeah, I've been in there, and I was like, wow, this is it. It's like it's like a hallway.
It's pretty much a hallway, but they have the shuffleboard, and they've got the mugs of beer. You can buy a pitcher for when I was there, I think the pitcher was $4.50 and the beers were 50 cents, but it's up to $1 now.
Right. That's great.
Yeah.
I love that.
I mean, and the shirts are famous. I mean, people will go back and buy the shirt. It's the exact same shirt. It's been the exact same shirt since I've been there. They just changed the year on it.
That's cool.
So, Kath, I couldn't wear that shirt because I've never been there.
Oh, you feel like you have to go to...
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, she wants to send us some shirts. She wants me to send sizes so we can get shirts. You can't wear it because you've never been in there before?
I almost feel like it's a poser. That's what it is.
I've never been Batman, but I wear Batman shirts.
Yeah, no, but you like Batman.
I do.
You like Batman.
Nobody's ever been Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, people will... I've seen people in like other countries, like in the Caribbean, and you're like Jake's Bar, Westchester, people will point it out. So I kind of get that. Like if you've never been there and somebody's going to point that out, you're going to be like, oh yeah, I don't know. I don't really know about it.
I think you can wear it. It's like there's a whole thing, a fascination with getting shirts from what they call dive bars.
Yeah.
And just having the collection of them. Yep. I don't think it's necessarily mandatory that you've been to the bar.
Yeah, Steve, I think I saw like a dive bar t-shirt club, like a where they send you the shirt regularly, like a box, one of those services.
You're just a fan of dive bars.
Yeah, because a lot of times they have interesting artwork and
But I feel like if I'm from the area, I should at least have been there and gotten the shirt there.
What's their food like at Jake's?
What food?
Okay.
What are they serving at 8 a.m.? Just booze?
Food. It was
hot dogs.
It was a hot dog machine and Dwayne, the bartender, which I'm interested to know if he still works there. If you ordered food, he gave you like the evil eye. He grabbed the hot dogs, he threw them in the whatever that little machine was, forgot about them, and you'd be like, hey, we ordered that hot dog 6 hours ago, and he'd pull it out and hand it to you. Oh yeah, no, food wasn't really. That's not why you went to Jake's.
By the way,
I was a charcuterie board.
I got a text that says I started my 21st birthday there at 8 a.m.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's great, man.
It was such, I mean, that was the place. If it rained, if it snowed, if it was windy, if it was sunny, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like those
No
days
matter
where you're
what.
like, oh my God, it's so beautiful out. Let's go to Jake's.
Right.
There was a dive bar in my college town in Lewisburg. It was called the Bull Run Inn, and when I was in college, it was a dump. It was a nice dive bar that you would go to and have $5 pitchers, Kath. And when I went back a few years later, they had renovated it and made it really nice. And I was like, I don't want this to be nice. I want my feet to stick to the floor every time I walk in. It was like it was.
The atmosphere was everything.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of a dive bar. Casey, there's that place in Clearwater. Or
I was
south of
going to talk
Clearwater.
about that Mahofers.
Mahofers, yeah, and it's cheap, right?
They will never, ever, ever fix that place. They can't.
Yeah.
They would have to tear it down in order to fix it up. They would never be able to go in.
And that's the charm, right?
Yeah, that is the absolute charm. And that is probably my favorite bar I've ever been to. And I've only ever been there as a sober person. And I was like, this place, I mean, I felt like I was walking into a cave, like a dungeon. Okay. It was crazy.
That is Dwayne. So Dwayne is, I'm sorry. I just realized the picture that was up in our studio is him. But you know what I was going to say about Jake's is that, the Rat was also, everybody went to the Rat in Westchester, but that's gone. And 15 North, people went there. That's gone.
Yeah.
It's something else. A lot of places have changed over. Jake's has been the same the entire time.
So is the Rat, every college I'd go to and to stand up at, every college had a Rat.
Yeah,
a
like
Rat
a Rat
Skeller.
Skeller, yeah.
So that was just an adopted name, or was there in fact a company that provided bars for?
No, I think it's like a German a name for like a beer hall.
Okay.
Like the Rat.
Yeah, it wasn't
Skeller.
right. It wasn't a chain.
Okay, because they all look the same. I mean, there was a uniformity to them.
I never went in the Rat. I've been in Jake's. I used to go to 15 North, but I never went in the Rat. It looks like there was always there was a crowd of people out front usually.
Oh,
and,
yeah, that was like,
I'm like, that's too much. I don't want to,
Yeah. Oh God, it was so great. Too
Was it?
much. I mean, listen, for me, yeah, as a 21-year-old, it was
cruising.
We had the greatest time ever there.
Turn up, ladies. It was perfect for you. I was already near pushing 30 at that point.
Yeah,
so.
remember I told you I used to go to the Rat. My girlfriend was the bartender, one of the bartenders there, and I would go with $1, and our goal was for me to leave with $1. And she would go to like guys at the bar, and she'd be like, "Oh, my friend over there, you should buy her a drink." Or they'd order something, and she'd go, "Do you want to do 2 and buy for the girl?" It wasn't just me, but the girls over there, and the guys were like, "Yeah, sure."
I don't doubt that.
We only had the Trap, and there were other bars near Ursinus, but like people would be like, "Yeah, we're gonna go to the office." It's like, okay, have fun over at the office. We're gonna go to the Trap. Like nobody went anywhere else except for
Trap. I remember those commercials.
Yeah, but Nick, they also redid the Trap after I had graduated, and
I understand why the owners would, but it takes away.
Well, I wish they would have done it while we were there, not after, because like the men's room was tiny. I mean, it was, I think it had room for like one toilet and like one of those like quarter sinks, and that was it.
Do you remember the bathroom at Finnegan's Wake?
Oh, jeez.
It was disgusting.
That was the
place
worst
is falling
bathroom.
apart.
That was the worst bathroom I think I've ever been in.
Oh, you've never been
What the hell is going on in here?
Let me go to, hang on here. Mike wants to comment on Jake's. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up,
happening?
man?
So, Jake's is a spot in Westchester. I was not a local to Westchester. I actually moved up after college, and I was a bartender at Moss there. And after, it's like the go-to spot. All the bartenders, all the service people go to Jake's after their shift ends.
Okay.
It's the only spot that's still open.
Yep.
But I actually met my wife there. Actually, when she was going to Westchester. But it's the spot. Dwayne's the guy. All the girls like make a point like right before they graduate to get a picture with Dwayne before they leave. He gets a big kick out of it.
Mike, is he still there?
He's still there. He's the nicest guy ever. Like he's like one of those guys. Like it's like Cheers. Like everybody knows your name. Like the guy. Like once you talk to him once, he knows your name forever.
Would you think he would remember you? Does he know you?
You know what? I went in years
He
after.
might honestly.
Oh, both you guys.
That means
Sure, you would know
Kathy.
you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100% he'd know you.
I went in years later after I had graduated. I mean, years. And I walked in, and I don't know if he knew my name, but he definitely recognized me, waved, said hi. I used to, so we
Thanks,
lived.
Mike. Appreciate it.
We lived 1 block away, and so I would call Dwayne and say, "Is Alexis there?" Like instead of just walking to find out if she was there. We didn't have cell phones then, so I would call Dwayne, and he'd be like, "Yeah, she's here." I'm like, "All right, I'll be right down. Thanks."
Oh my God.
And I mean, Dwayne was this was his job. I mean, this was his career.
Yeah.
He was a career bartender at Jake's.
It's got to be tons of stories.
He wasn't meaning he wasn't a college kid who was bartending to make some monies.
Right. Does he have a stake in the bar,
I
or
don't
does he
know.
just work there?
I don't know. And when
You should get him on sometime and talk to him.
When-
See if he has any really horrendous stories about you and your college years.
No, I mean, listen.
Yeah.
No, we loved it there. We
All
were
right.
always good. I mean, we definitely drank. That's for sure.
Do you ever see any fights there?
Probably.
No, I mean,
No?
not.
It looks like
because
there's no
it's
room
so
for a fight.
tiny,
Yeah, right.
There's no room. If it does, you were like. So when I first started going there was not a bouncer there. By the end of my college years there was a bouncer. So my guess is that was part of the reason, and also carding and all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, the second it happens, it's like, I feel like it was a place where like everyone would escort that person out, not just the bouncer.
Nightclubs are more where I would see fights, not necessarily bars. You know what I mean? It was always usually nightclubs. People dancing or whatever,
Yeah.
and,
Bumping into each other.
Like
That's
that's
usually
it.
on somebody. Or,
At the Rat, yes, there were
Right,
fights. People got escorted out of there, but not so much here. It was kind of too small.
Could you buy me a drink and a car?
There used to be a dump. I love this memory because it was just so obvious. There was a guy who had a small strip club out on Long Island, Kathy, Jericho Turnpike.
Yeah.
And when they redid the whole area, they put in new stores. But he was holding on to that property. It was a strip club. And I remember in the summer, it was called like the Firehouse or something. He'd leave the front door of it open so you could see right through to the stage. And right across the street was Sears. So
that's great.
Sears were America's Shops and this strip club.
Wow. But a bunch of people are texting in, Kathy, saying Dwayne was married to Jake's daughter.
Okay. Oh, all right.
And so, therefore, tied right into the family. So
Got it.
A career bartender, that many years.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
You've probably pretty much seen every type of human drama play out in front of you.
Oh, in and out of there? Yeah, absolutely.
But there's a competition going on again this year?
Yeah, I guess so. So, in fact, the voting closes on Friday at 3 p.m. And if you want to vote for Jake's, which is pretty legendary, it'd be pretty cool for a bar from our area to win that whole thing, especially a smaller bar. And so there's a hashtag. Where is this in this email? It's hashtag Best Bar Jake's. If you want to go and vote for that, for the Barstool Sports Best Bar competition.
You can't build a dive bar from scratch. It has to be cultivated. It has to become the dive bar.
Yep, exactly.
You can't force it.
Who am I going to here, Case?
John on line 1.
Okay. Hi, John. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you. All right, John, you wanted to comment on a dive bar?
Mahoffers down in Clearwater, Casey. I was there last week. It is amazing.
It is so gross. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is just so disgusting and so gross.
And that's the charm, yes?
Well, Steve, I think, like, when they are looking for new seating, what they do is they just drive around and look for couches that are out for trash.
Yeah.
And they grab that and they'll put it in. And they'll maybe...
Or I think when the locals want to get rid of their own, like, old lawn furniture, they just drop it off at that place. Jesus. And that's all you're sitting on.
Well, that's kind of interesting.
All right, so what else is charming about this place, John, besides the crappy furniture?
Well, it's the bras and the underwear stapled to the ceiling and the walls. There's dollar bills stapled everywhere with messages on there, all kinds of stuff I can't say on the radio, but other nice messages. I drug my family there. My kids are on their 20s now and can drink, so I drugged them there. They were all mortified, but I was hanging with my people in this dive bar, and they had to drag me out of there. But it was...
That's the legend,
awesome.
yeah.
I got you. And I remember you telling me about that case and taking pictures of all the things that were on the walls. Thanks you, by the way, John. There was probably the coolest dive bar I've ever been into was in New Orleans, and it was during Mardi Gras. Me and Marilyn Russell ended up in this place because we were in New Orleans for a radio convention, and I want to say it was called The Dungeon.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before because I've been there as well, and it's you don't go there sober. You go there after you've already had a few.
Yes.
That's not the beginning of the night, please.
Right, and you end up there and you're like, where the hell am I?
And you had to go down like an alley to get in there, and then I don't know how we ended up in there. We ended up in this place, and the motif is like a dungeon, so it's really, really dark, and there's like, candles lit and stuff like that, and it's almost like a cheap haunted house. And we were scared because Dracula, while we were there. But literally, the bartender is there's a bartender and a bouncer, and that was it. That was the staff. So the woman who was the tending bar was also the DJ.
Okay.
If you go to a place where the bartender's also the DJ, you know you're in a dive bar.
I'll play your song in a second, sweetheart. I just got to top this
She
off.
was playing something, I don't know what. It might have been Jump Around from House of Pain.
Okay.
And so we started jumping.
Oh, no.
And the bouncer comes over, he goes, "Don't jump. You might fall through the floor." And I loved that place.
Yeah.
It was awesome. So that was one of the best dive bars I had ever been into. But they're far and few between. But here's the thing about a dive bar. There are local dive bars that you don't want to go into because the clientele doesn't like interlopers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like outsiders.
You're an outsider.
And I've got a few around me that I've heard that are like that. They're like, you don't want to go in there.
In Harleysville?
In Harleysville, in Souderton. Not in Harleysville, I'm sorry. In Souderton, there's a couple nearby Harleysville, like 113 and 23 in that region that look really, and I've heard, don't go in there. And so I don't understand that.
I guess it's like you have to be voted in or go through a process or bloodletting.
It's like, you ain't from around here, are you?
Oh, okay. There's
that type of thing.
Place near me growing up that I've never, and in fact, they've, I think somebody went in and bought it and they went and fixed it up, but it's like.
Same clientele?
I don't know. Yeah. I will never know. I've never gone into that place.
You're not part of the crew. You're not part of the crowd. Mm-hmm. They don't want you there. And there are people who are that way. Oh my God, that freaking place behind the Tower Theater, the water, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And that miserable person behind the bar.
Is that
Biggest
still there?
douchebag ever. I hope not.
I don't know. But you know what? I walked into a bar in South Philly one time. This was probably 20 years ago or so. And Press, I walked in and I was like, oh man, I don't belong here, and I just sat down and I was like really uncomfortable. Guy walks over to me from across the bar and he's like, hey, we just got some pizza if you want some pizza over there, like help yourself.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, thank God.
Make sure you're eating it while walking out.
That's great. Hang on, I want to go to Joe here real quick. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Oh, my balls.
What's up, Joe?
Good morning. I just came back from New Orleans about 3 weeks ago, and the dungeon, I was there 4 nights in a row, and the bartender had asked me if he could go take his vape outside and take a little break if I would make sure no one acted up. So I said, sure. I was a bouncer for years. So when he does this, a woman comes in. I answer the door. I'm at the door. I ask her for a Vax card and ID, and she provides it. And I said, hey, have a good time. Have you been here before? She says, I'm the manager here.
Oh, my God.
I said, well, why would you provide me with that information? And she said, I like the way you speak. And she said, are you here by yourself? I'd like to have a drink with you. And unfortunately, I was with someone. So we just hung out for a little bit and joked about that for the next couple nights I was there. I was there like 5-6 nights in a row.
No
Great
kidding.
place.
Is it still like red lights inside there, like dark
Yeah.
and okay? Yeah,
I don't like that.
Their shackles are still there. I had her take a picture of me, which is not allowed there.
Oh wow!
With my arms in the shackles, and posted that on my social media, and that got a lot of likes.
That's awesome. All right, I'm happy to know because it was a long time ago. It was at least. God, it was with Maryland when we were still on radio. It was almost like 20 years ago that they were there.
Still looks the same.
All right.
Still great place.
Nice. All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it,
All right,
man.
thank you.
Yep. Kathy, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to say one of the greatest transformations of a dive bar, because sometimes that'll kill it, is I believe, I was trying to look up the name. I think it was the Y2K Tavern in Conshohocken on Fayette Street. It's
Y2K.
It's now Stone Rose, which is like, a higher end wine bar, essentially. That, you can go. And I remember going in there.
Succulents.
Well, it was one of those places. I went in one time, I remember, for a 6-pack, and it was that place where they turned and looked and wondered why you were there.
No,
They didn't know
okay.
you could still smoke in there. It was one of those places.
Where nobody knows your name and they like it that way.
Yeah.
All right, so in this bracket for Barstool Sports, right now the Group 6 is here are the bars that are going against each other. So they're all in the same region. So you have Maxie's at Temple, Kelly's Tap Room, Villanova.
Oh, okay.
Jake's Bar, Westchester, and Huey's Nightclub at Rutgers.
I've been to Maxie's too. That's a cool place.
Have you been to Kelly's?
I have. Yeah, we've been to Kelly. We did it like an event there for MMR once.
That's a Nova bar, and they renovated that not that long. I mean, within the last decade or so, and it's much nicer now. I've heard same kind of thing. It used to have a little more charm.
Lori's on to talk about that, so let me go to her. Hey, Lori, good morning.
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, Lori?
Yes, I do. I am on my way to work at Chester County Hospital, so I'm very familiar with Jake's Bar. People from, used to work night shift and go there after work.
Yeah.
And Kathy, I've also been to the Rat, but I went to Villanova. So like Nick was saying about, redoing places, so Kelly's is definitely the kind of place where the floor was sticky and,
Yeah.
you could get a slice of pizza, but they did redo it, so now it's almost too nice. We thought when we went to one reunion, because it's like 2 levels now, and
Yeah.
but it's still a great place.
How long ago was the renovation, Lori? Do you remember?
Oh, definitely. I'd say probably even more than 10 years
Okay.
ago.
All right.
I'd say maybe 15. I think some alumni bought it, so they pretty much tore it down and, rebuilt it. But it's still the go-to place there for sure.
I saw my friend's boobs at Kelly's one time.
Oh,
and,
yeah? That's a
yeah,
good
it was
memory.
great. Like, we were just friends, and she had big hands, and she just, lifted her shirt, and I was like, that's pretty awesome. Thank you.
So fond memories.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Like, hey, look at this.
Was it public indecency night?
No. I want to say it was around this time of year. I think it was, I feel like I remember seeing green, like shamrocky beads around there, around her neck. And so it might have been like around St. Patty's Day or whatever. But yeah, just, unsolicited.
Or someone who doesn't understand Christmas.
Yeah. Possibly. No, but it was great because it was unsolicited. It wasn't like, hey, show them to me. I didn't even ask.
The greatest gift, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Was she coming on to you think?
No.
Okay.
No, we were just friends, and, and I wasn't the only one. It was a little bit of a show going on.
Occasionally, don't you, when you're hanging around with your buds, you'll show them your penis. Just so you,
Yeah.
here
Hey,
you go. Yeah.
hey, look over here.
Yeah.
I did it to Casey one time.
Oh, my God.
Look, a TIE fighter.
Dude, I got done. I teed off. I'm standing on
It's
the tee box.
Groucho.
I stand on the tee box, and I hit the ball, and then I turn around, and Preston's standing there taking a piss. And he's going, oh, my God, I'm going to, and I can't say the word. But I was like, it was so funny. It's completely
so bad. I'm like, I'm going to put on a show. Nobody was around. It was pouring rain.
It was great. That was great. Yep.
Memories, right?
Memories.
That's a good friend right there.
Yep.
Any memories like that from Jake's cat?
Not so much.
Well, anyhow, well, it was a nice letter. And
Yeah,
I thought
that's
I would,
cool,
I would
yeah.
read that, and of course, go to your local dive bar and give them some love, gang. All right, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back in a moment because I see our guests have arrived. We are going to talk. We have wrestlers from Impact Wrestling because there's an event going on, South Philly Showdown, the 18th and 19th. So we're going to get Rhino and Deanna in here, along with announcer Tom Hannafin, and Ali Sheedy is coming up too.
Yes.
So we got some people to talk to. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
It's great to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was she didn't say that. She said, she's the person.
She told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
Who I love, admire, respect most in the world. And
It's
it
a
is
little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do. They all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
No, the Australian shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
Yeah, no, I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I'd like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being,
yes,
as opposed to your dog,
right,
be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah, how does a dog sign the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
By the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with your Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was held at a family friend's house who, opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousins' close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay.
That's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted. And It was so. I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
Well, unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it because they to me they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, I mean, they were like, "Yo, what is up?"
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can. Like,
how old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there's a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie because they all get together because their Little League coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me
That's
out."
Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen,
Hat and
people,
everything?
had everything. And listen, people, showed up in. Some were in suits, and other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know how. I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
So I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa. Okay. No.
Wow.
So,
and this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Okay,
What a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's
You
just a bad person.
Yeah, it was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So, of course, I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh
really?
my God.
Yeah.
They were banging in the bathroom?
Or
they were doing something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome, which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah, by the way, if you're 60, wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, there was. Like my cousin who passed away, his brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
They
the difference
killed
between-
it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair.
Mm-hmm.
A positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death, whether a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower. Yeah.
But I mean, your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people but again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding, too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't into it. And
Yeah.
What's that? I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-Ass 2.
Some people
when was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, it'd be the first.
A lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the Effed Up Horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky
goes to college?
Does it Stinky go to college? No.
My name after Horse. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky Goes to College.
Stinky Goes to College?
It's Stinky Goes to College.
There's a couple of other
There was a
ones.
script floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for that.
That's what it was.
So.
Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
and Miney, wasn't that when the miners in Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it.
With own eyes.
With own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes.
Of course, it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody else said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. His name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt Biffington. Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. Many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Oh, my God.
Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he is he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating up there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was
cool.
cramp diffled.
Cramp diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or what?
Yeah,
okay,
that's exactly how
that
it
can be
was.
dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's coming up.
Yeah, you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, this is an accurate statement.
Good.
It's been years since we've had this many guests in our studio before.
Yeah, it's true.
Literally been years.
We've had mostly, one
person
one
here and
about,
there.
yeah.
You know, but now things are headed into the right direction, and we're intermingling a little bit more in person. It's a wonderful occasion to have 3 people in our studio. The South Philly Showdown is happening with Impact Wrestling March 18th and 19th, and it will be at 2300 Arena. And we would like to welcome to our studio participants in that event. Please give some love to Rhino, Gianna Perazzo, and Tom Hannafin, who are here this morning. Hey, guys.
What's going on? Thank you for having us.
Nice to see you. It's our plate. Like I said, we haven't... This is weird having people.
Well, thanks for having us.
This
I
close.
love going to the studios.
So we love that interaction. We've been doing the Zoom thing, with the guests remotely and whatever the safety precautions of the building or whatever. But to have people back in, very cool.
People helping people.
Yes, that's exactly it. So, Tom, we're going to start with you because you're local, right?
Yeah, about 45 minutes from here in New Hope, Pennsylvania. I was born at Jefferson downtown, so very familiar with the area.
Nice. And you've been doing, you do announcing for Impact Wrestling, correct?
Yeah, I just signed up with them in January. Before that, I spent about 9 years with WWE doing some stuff with ESPN Radio right now on national college basketball broadcasts. I'm on podcasts about Penn State football, so I try to stay as busy as possible, and then the stuff with Impact has just been awesome.
Impact is very cool. And you've been through the WWE deal as well, and reading about you and reading about what you experience, all good. It seems like this is a step that you guys are all really loving, being a part of Impact. Would that be correct?
Correct. Yeah, I was actually with Impact for several years prior.
Were you?
Going back to WWE, and then now I've been with Impact for the last 2.5 years, and it's been a lot of fun to watch the company grow again for the second time, and the talent roster is just amazing, and being able to go into a company and have the creative freedom to go out in the ring and
to do that. Well, that was I remember. I think WWE, as I recall correctly, came to you with a really good offer, but you're like, but you realized your ring time was going to be diminished substantially, and you didn't want that.
No, because when you're sitting at home, you might be making some money, but you're not happy. And I loved all my experiences with WWE, but it was time to move on, and I couldn't have been happier. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's why you all got into it, right? At some level, you want that competition. What led you to depart from WWE and end up at Impact, Gianna?
Yeah, I was released April 2020 from NXT, and just like Rhino was saying, we have this innate responsibility for ourselves to want to do more and to give more and to work. We have this passion for pro wrestling, and when that's not being reciprocated, you feel a certain type of way.
Yeah.
So as much as I was released, I was also in this weird place of wanting to be released. And we had those conversations back and forth. But when they ultimately made that decision, the door was open right away for me to come into Impact Wrestling. And over the last 2 years, I've been able to give and do all the things that I had wanted to do prior, but in this amazing setting with an amazing roster and the people behind the scenes giving that back to me. That's really what I needed.
Hey, did I read correctly? Did you start wrestling when you were like 17 years old?
When I was 18, yeah.
When you were 18 years old? What? Okay, so I need to... all right. Girls don't usually get started in wrestling that young. Why? What was it that did it for you about this industry?
I had been a fan growing up, and I saw women like Trish Stratus and Lita and these really powerful women come up, and they weren't being given the opportunities that women are being given now. And seeing that, I knew women could be doing more and be pushing for more opportunities, and I wanted to be a part of that change. And over the last 10 years, I've been able to be a part of that in some capacity. So I just always knew women could be doing more and giving more and being highlighted more.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give myself to that initiative.
Were you pretty tough as a teenager? Were you
you know?
Yeah, I had a background in cheerleading. I was a gymnast. I played softball at one point. I ran track. I kind of was an athlete in any capacity that I could. So it was just a matter of time for me of when I was going to become a wrestler. It was never an if.
And she was beating up guys taking their lunch.
That's what I'm wondering about.
Right. In the back alley. Right. She's like, I learned this from TV.
And you're Jersey tough, right?
There's that.
Yeah,
too.
it's from Jersey. Yes.
Not South Philly tough. Jersey tough. Step down,
Rhino.
okay?
Thank you.
Hey, I know my market. Now, the real reason why we left WWE is because at Impact, they don't, the microscope isn't on you, so we can party more.
Yeah.
You know, that's the real
Well,
reason.
you know, the funny thing is with you guys and the whole thing, you never stop to think about it. But there's like a correlation between like stand-up comedy or something.
Right.
There's only so many stages with so much time, and you have all these people, all these very talented people. We always say we get the wrestlers through here. They're smart. They know how to please the audience. They know what they're doing. They yearn for the time to perform for people.
Right.
But you don't get. You're all vying for that same piece of. A canvas there to work on.
And another thing that's cool is we're allowed with Impact to do independent shows. So if we have independent shows around our community or in other states.
They let you do that as well.
Yeah, and we can go, they trust us to make the right calls. So we're part of companies that do the right thing, and put on a good show. And we're not endangering ourselves because we are a product for, but anyways, get to the story. We're able to find younger talent. And myself today actually is 27 years in the wrestling business.
Wow.
Yeah, so I can
that's awesome. Yeah, and you're no stranger to this venue either.
South Philly, yeah. There's a lot of stories I can tell you on air and off the air, but about that building. But the thing is we get to pass that knowledge on to others, and we can find that next Rock, the next Stone Cold,
John Cena, stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
Once you get your foot in the door, let's say you're newer, you're getting into the industry, and you obviously want to make your mark. What happens? How does something like that happen? Do a number of things have to converge to make that come together? Because ultimately you want like a signature move, you want a catchphrase, you want people to know who you are,
I try to tell a lot of people when they're starting out, don't focus on certain things in a gimmick. Just let it come natural. Let nicknames occur, let the move sets occur, and the people you meet along the way. They'll help you out and stuff like that. A lot of people have helped me out. And I'm still learning to this day. The Scott D'Amore, the guy that he's running Impact Wrestling, he called me up, and he was the one that trained me. So he called me up yelling, on a promo I did that was on TV. He's like, remember this, and this. And I'm like, yeah, I should have known. You're right. But why are you yelling at me? Because we're friends. He can do it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering have any of you guys watched the TV show on HBO called Righteous Gemstones? It's
yes.
Okay.
Great show.
It is. It's a terrific show. And there's a side story in this season where they talk about wrestling promotion. And it dives into what the promoters have to do in order to promote the business, especially in smaller circuits. And I'm wondering if that's at all an accurate representation. Tom, you've seen it. Would you know?
I've seen the show, but if anybody knows about the ups and downs of promotions, I say with Rhino, because you were there with ECW in the good days and the bad days, and then came to WWE and then with Impact. So I think you could speak to that a little bit more than I.
Well, I haven't seen the show, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and a lot of times, I remember the first time I wrestled actually, the second time I was with WWE, I hadn't wrestled in Detroit in like 14 years in a WWE ring. So I wasn't on the show, but I helped promote it. And I asked Vince, I go, hey, Vince, it's my hometown. He goes, oh, you're from Detroit? And a lot of people took offense to that. I'm like, this guy has got so much more this guy's got so much stuff on his plate. How's he going to remember where I'm from? Now 20 years prior, he knew because it was a smaller company and didn't have all this stuff going on. So I didn't take any offense to that. But, there's a lot of stuff that people do, like Tom's job. I couldn't imagine all the stuff he has to do, what we have to do. Now I'm a producer too, so I'm kind of like a player coach. So I'm taking on more, getting paid the same. I didn't expect that. But so to kind of answer your question, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that, we're part of a team, but we don't know what they're doing. And then when we look behind the curtain and see what they're doing, to make everything come together. So hopefully that answered your question.
That's interesting. Deanna, do you think that they like from depictions in movies and the show Nick was describing and so on and so forth, do they usually get it right? Like I know a movie that just levels us as the wrestler, but that's you're at the end of everything. at the end of being a good human too. At the end of that movie, but do they tend to get it right, or what's the one thing they consistently get wrong when they're depicting wrestling in films?
Gosh, I don't know. I think that they get it right. I think that again, we just have this. We want to perform,
right?
And we are so in depth of our character and who we are on screen and the stories that we're trying to tell that, again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes and what we're not involved in. So we have to take a step back. But I think in a movie like The Wrestler, it does depict our position very well of like, when do you stop fighting and when do you retire or things like that.
Because he wouldn't stop. He was well past his prime, but just loved it so much.
Yeah. Why did she look at me when she said retire? Not to interrupt you.
I did catch that.
Are you trying to tell me something? I should get out of here.
So, right, you said it's 27 years since you started?
Yeah, today.
You want to know how old I was when you started?
How old?
5.
Do you want to know how old I am right now?
Yes.
27.
Nice. My wrestling career is older than her.
Well, you could have been there. The birth of a new wrestler.
Yeah. Can I say something about that movie? When that movie came out, I hadn't seen it, and I knew it was a great movie. And I seen some wrestlers that were hanging on when they couldn't physically do it anymore. But people would come up to me and go, "You all right, man?" It's like I didn't see the movie, and I'm like, yeah, why? Like, no, seriously, you all right? Like, my house payments are paid, and like my grass is cut. But they're coming to me thinking like that's my life at that moment.
Because that's
and
what
I'm
people
like,
start
what
to
are you
think.
getting at? Like, I seen the movie The Wrestler. I'm like, oh, okay, now I get it. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah.
You know what's funny is because again. Consistent. Look at The Rock is the biggest earning movie star. And we talk about this all the time. I mean, what prepares you better than this, as far as action movies, working with people, pleasing the audience? It's what you do on a level. So I think there's a level of addiction to being in front of people that it must be hard to shake. Now I have to ask about another addiction, Deanna. I don't know if this is true or not. Wawa chicken strips.
So good.
I've heard this is a main staple of your diet.
It is, and I got in around midnight last night, and I was starving. We got to the hotel, and the first thing I ordered was Wawa chicken.
Yes. They're damn good. What you find by the register at a Wawa is some of the best stuff.
Oh, the cheese-filled pretzels.
Yeah, jalapeno cheese-filled pretzels.
Yes,
That's my jam.
They have these like baked ravioli things now. Just Wawa is my life.
Absolutely.
Don't tell Chelsea that, but it really is.
What about you guys? When you're on the road, when you're traveling, because it's what it's about. I mean, it's what you do. What are your go-tos? Because you also have to be athletic and stay in pretty consistent shape. How do you balance? Because I find I get famished when I'm traveling. You're always hungry.
I have a strict diet of strip clubs every time. I just went back 20 years, right?
Lookers in New Jersey, right?
No, I'm kidding.
Fantasy show bar.
Right. No, that was years ago, and you have to try to eat clean everywhere you go, and and what's really nice is there's a lot of gyms, that'll let you come in. They're happy to have you, and a lot of their members are happy to see you. So,
all right. Hey, how on the road is this business, by the way? I mean, is it like, are you gone away from your home for months at a time, or do you go to a venue, go back home, go to a venue, go back home, flying back and forth?
Yeah, usually for myself, it's 3 to 4 days a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's a ton of traveling, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I love to drive. So they had me in a window seat. Yeah. Look at me, a window seat. And then they had me going from Detroit to Charlotte back up to Philly. I go, I'll get a rent-a-car and drive.
I was reading some of your buddies talking about how you love to drive. That's your thing,
Vince McMahon told me this years ago, and hopefully a lot of people, wrestling fans and or wrestlers will hear this, but you learn the business in the car because after a show, you're driving to the next town, and usually you drive through the night because in case something happened, you had that much more time to fix it and get to the town. So guys would talk about, and girls would talk about the match they had, what worked, what didn't, who's getting over, and that's where you learn the wrestling business. And I'll never forget, and this was in 2003 that he said this, and it stuck with me, and I've passed that on. So yeah.
It's funny because I know he's caught a lot of crap over the years, but every time we have somebody come through here, they talk about his business acumen, his ability to he has a wisdom to him. You can't be at the game this long and stay where he is. I wanted to ask you though, because you talk about impact and it's a very familial sort of thing. But is that a blessing and a curse when you have to perform against someone in a ring who's a really good friend? I mean, that's got to be a little more taxing, correct?
I was just in the ring. We had Sacrifice on Saturday, and I do an open challenge, the Champ Challenge, and Chelsea Green, who is my best friend, answered the challenge. And it is a conflict because it's like, I love you, but I also love my championships. And I don't want you to take my championships. But I think also, too, you just have so much fun out there because you hear the crowd, and I love that they're there for her. And I love that I could just hit her a little bit harder and go to the back, and it's like, hell yeah, we did it. Unfortunately, I had to break her arm. But
you broke her wrist again.
She didn't need my help doing that, if we're honest. But yeah, I think it's always fun for me, especially with someone like Chelsea, who I've spent, the better part of the last 10 years with, getting to this point in our careers together, helping each other, pushing each other, riding together in the car. And, she is, I don't have a sister, but if I had to liken someone to what a sister relationship would be like, it's
That's her? Wow.
Tom, I wanted to ask you, because we very rarely have the broadcasters of the wrestling industry in, and they can become as much of a character as the players can, as the actual athletes. And you're fairly new to this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I started with WWE when I was 23, so,
so
new to Impact, but new to wrestling, I guess, still as a whole. But yeah, when I was in WWE, they didn't really ask me or tell me to be a character. It was, hey, just be the straight up and down play-by-play guy. So the cool thing is, to Rhino's point, there's a little bit more flexibility within Impact. So
it's cool.
I'm having opportunities now to be a little bit more myself, which is really cool. And the thing about wrestling, you were talking about what The Rock is capable of. Wrestling requires you to run the gamut of emotions at any given time. I've called a variety of different sports, and you can just be like, and there's a jumper, and it's good. And they go right back down the court, and that's the end of it. But with wrestling, you have to be like, oh, my God, Deonna Purrazzo broke her best friend's wrist, and then Rhino was betrayed by Steve Macklin this past Saturday at Sacrifice. You're talking about all these different subjects. You're laughing. You're in horror one moment. So that's the fun part about
And you've got to know the storylines, too.
Oh, yeah, the storylines, the where, the when, everything we're selling, where to tell people to go sign up for different shows.
Who's sleeping with who?
Right. Now we're just well.
Now we're getting.
But then also
again to that strip club diet.
Yeah.
Right.
We had like Joe Buck on, and there's also an art to knowing when not to talk. Right. And letting the action just sort of speak for itself.
Yeah, we had a moment recently, the No Surrender event, where Eddie Edwards, another part of the Impact roster, betrayed the entire company. So I didn't really say much at all because the crowd was very mad at him. And there's nothing you can really say that explains it better than what's happening in the moment. And it's okay to just feel it, and maybe a couple of words here and there does the job. But to your point, I think Joe Buck is outstanding about that stuff. I know Philly fans will hate to hear that, but
we actually had him on, and he won us over. Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. And you're a slim guy, which is perfect because it makes these guys look even more gigantic.
That's the idea.
When
Yeah,
they're
that's
standing
the idea.
next to you.
Well, I used to in WWE. They never want you to be taller than the wrestler that you're standing next to.
Right.
So I would often have to do a split to make sure that the wrestler I was next to was taller than me. That didn't even matter if the guy was 6'5". I was like, no, you got to make him look huge. Now, this is an old, we're talking about Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon would do this for Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant, he would still put on like a milk crate. Andre didn't need it.
Right.
He was still a big guy. It was just a matter to make him look bigger. So that's where the psychology came from. But I would have to do this for guys that I'm 6 foot. I'm taller than about half the roster they have.
Right.
So a lot of good friends of mine, I'm like, well, I got to get all the way down here, and then you got to help me up. Sorry.
That's funny.
Putting on the show, man.
Yeah, it's all showbiz.
Well, listen, speaking of the show, the South Philly Showdown is happening at 2300 Arena. It's going to be the 18th and 19th. You can get tickets at 2300arena.showware.com. We're wrapping because we're going to break and come back?
Yeah.
Okay, because we do have another guest coming. But listen, great to meet you guys. Glad you could come by here in the studio, and it's going to be a great time in South Philly.
For sure. Thank you for having us.
Anytime.
Thanks for
Thank you,
having us.
Deonna and Rhino and Tom, for being on this one from Impact Wrestling. We're going to take a break. We got Ali Sheedy coming back when we return. Stay there.
Yeah, it works.
They could do that.
All right, we'll
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, it's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled hot soup.
Hot soup! That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, yeah, right?
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone, chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. Don't look at the stool. Open barn door. What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can hear your how much
my-
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
cosmetics
array.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to feel your absolute best.
Look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter. I just got my spring colors, so there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. Those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I going to put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was had butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh my God! Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah, Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. Use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you mix colors, right? And get a different.
Sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple, not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy.
Juicy.
You little slut, you. You. Someone getting ready for a big weekend.
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-Hoo for us?
It's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going, "You-ho," and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, for the love of God.
Oh, this is just.
Oh, this is so. I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes! Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that
Lipstick
lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What is he? What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant.
You feel more
I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walking along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah, you have better
But
lipstick.
this is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So.
Okay.
So, she said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then,
people
but
that are there.
you might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah.
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not for me.
he can do it, though.
Now,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like
no,
an actress,
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like, it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a
Jeez.
picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
Kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to take a poop.
Pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check a perp. Check this picture now. Yeah, I've indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. and he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they were recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor. Yeah. A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one. But he did Jurassic World.
Yeah.
And
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show, and friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment, so that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Newman studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot.
I'll throw a couple shout-outs.
scoring.
Here's the deal. So Ali Sheedy canceled again. So we were supposed to have her on several times, which is too bad because I really, really dig her. So we're way early. Normally we took a break and we were going to come back and we were going to talk to Ali Sheedy and then we're going to do the Bizarre File. So we got some time. I don't want to do the Bizarre File now because they'll throw people off way too much. Historically, I think it originally is supposed to be done at 9:30.
Right now.
But that has since moved to like 9:50.
Well,
9:45 and 9:50.
Things got so reconnoitered. Our wrestling friends arrived late, and so obviously that's the case. But no, we cannot live in a world where we go back to doing the Bizarre File at 9:30.
Not when it's supposed to be done.
No. We should not ever follow the rules.
So let me get a couple of shout-outs in, and then we'll do something else. So this says, "Hey Preston, my name is Dylan." I haven't even read this yet. I just yanked it right off of my email. And I would like to give a shout out to my boys, Derek and Joe. We have a podcast called the Get Me Too podcast, and we all listen every day and always call each other on the breaks to talk about the show. Thank you guys for the laughs, and that is from Dylan. So there's Dylan. And then this says, "Hey, my husband Joe Burkhart turned me on to your morning show, which goes to show how amazing he is. I'm requesting a shout out because his life got flipped upside down a few years ago when he was diagnosed with MS. MS sucks and does everything, and so, as does everything that it comes with, like depression. And your morning show is one of the few constants in his routine, and it makes him laugh, especially the Bizarre Files. The shout out is to remind him how amazing and strong he is, and that his girls will always be by his side. So here's a chart, and that is from Kat Burkhart.
That's amazing.
Yes, for Joe Burkhart. So there you go. All right, and I guess this is the stream of consciousness nerd. I don't know.
It's time for the stream of consciousness nerd.
I don't know.
Where anything goes.
Yeah, anything.
Especially when your schedule gets effed up.
Did you guys see that Deion Sanders had 2 of his toes on his left foot amputated?
Yeah.
He had these blood clots, which were because of a previous surgery, like a problem with the surgery he had.
You got to watch out for those clots.
The Jackson State. That'd be a good name for a team. The Clots.
Yeah, the Clots.
Yeah. That's what Washington could have gone with. The Washington Clots.
Now we welcome the Clots to the stadium.
The Jackson State head coach and NFL Hall of Famer revealed the severity of his foot injury in an episode of his Coach Prime documentary series. He was hospitalized for around a month in the middle of last season and he had a dislocated toe with an inflamed nerve. And his initial procedure was in September, and he later returned to the field for practice using a golf cart and crutches. He roamed the sideline for a game with the help of a push scooter. And as he healed, his toes began to darken under the bandages. And he said they were talking about the amputation of toes, and then they were talking about the amputation of my leg from the knee down. And then they were trying to ensure that I even had life. Like this could have, kind of like our buddy Jeff Devlin.
Yes.
Very
sobering.
Yeah. The carpenter, he had a splinter. It got infected. And all of a sudden he ended up with a staph infection. And so much so he was telling us that he was going in to get surgery on his hand. And they told him he might not wake up with a hand. Like they had to do the surgery to determine whether they were going to amputate or not.
I'd freak the F out.
Especially if you use your hands for a living.
Well, I'm a hand model.
Yeah, well, that can be detrimental. So the 54-year-old underwent several surgeries. He developed a femoral arterial blood clot.
Doesn't sound good.
Another clot.
Another clot.
And he also had
a number of clots.
What's called compartment syndrome, where his legs swelled up and doctors had to flay open his leg to drain the fluid.
Flaying clots. No. I don't like that.
And he later had his big toe and then the second toe amputated.
So, in Peacemaker, they make the series, the John Cena series. They're talking about what toes you can lose and still have your, fairly normal walking. And one of the characters had part of his pinky toe cut off. How many toes, conceivably, without any sort of special apparatus, could you use and still maintain proper walking?
Yeah, balance and.
Is that our next stunt?
So, and that might be. We'll do a walking. We'll cut off a toe at a time.
Yeah,
and see how well you walk each time.
And then you call in and you guess and you win something.
Toes Day.
Toes Day. 2 for Toes Day.
2 for Toes Day.
Double shot Toes Day.
I love it. I would imagine you could. 2 would probably not have much of an impact.
That's
but
what I'm thinking.
Anything after that, then it would be difficult.
Yeah.
Because as you step forward on that back foot, your foot goes up.
And your toes
you're
are
on your toes.
Catching, yeah.
Pushing off.
Right.
So I would imagine that'd be tough. And it's got to be hard for this guy. I mean, he's an NFL Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, it didn't
insanely
happen
fast
during his playing career. Yeah, I mean, one of the fastest to ever play the game. And he also didn't really care for him very much while he was playing. And then I found out later on, and he's a great guy. Yeah, that he would often do things for people that work for the organization. Pay for medical bills. All the while saying, don't tell anybody.
Oh, wow.
Don't tell
My name
anybody
is
this.
Casey, and I used to hate you, but now I like you.
Well, I want to say this. Well, listen, he was he played for the Cowboys as well. And
it's understandable.
So for anybody out there who doesn't know, Deion Sanders is a good guy.
All right.
Well, he had his couple of toes amputated, so that had
Did you ever come close to losing any?
No. My mom had her 2 pinky toes amputated. I've told that story.
You still have them, right?
She had hammer.
No,
was it a hammer toe?
They were left in a car that they sold.
That's right.
That's right.
My mom had them in a jar of formaldehyde. Left them in the glove compartment of a car they sold to someone. Nobody ever returned them.
Awesome.
By the way, those anchovies were delicious.
Oh, my God. For pickled toes.
Pickled toes.
Yeah, she had hammer toes.
You guys
so
have
she had those cut off.
anything from when you were a baby? You guys still have any of your old baby teeth or baby hair?
I have the doctor who delivered me.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
a meat freezer in the basement.
Yeah, I think my mom has my hair.
I have hair in my house.
Somewhere, yeah, in like a baby book, where you
From the
just,
point of birth?
keep
Yeah.
things, and I think I have hair. I don't know about teeth. Teeth are just gross.
It's not common to clip toes off, right?
No.
No.
Not that I know.
Wait, it is very bizarre, and I don't know why, but I have all of Jace's teeth.
Right, yeah.
All of
Listen,
them.
I know.
Even his current?
like he just lost one, and by the way, it had like a filling in it, so it's gross. It's gone. Like we were so happy it fell out, and I'm like, well, I kept all the other ones.
That seems weird for you.
It is, right? Wait, and I have they're in my in a drawer, and I look at them. I'm like, I have all of his freaking teeth. Like, why do I need?
What about his
these?
belly button lint?
Hey, Kathy, go stick your son's tooth in your mouth.
Well, listen, I have a whole mouthful.
You have them in like a plastic bag or anything?
Yeah, they're in like,
same.
and I actually have. This is so weird, and I have written on them, like the story behind it. So like the one was hurting him. And so I was like, oh, go eat Swedish fish. And so he did, and it came out. So there's like a little note on it. I know,
Wow.
but it's like a tooth. What am I going to do with these?
That seems bizarrely.
Not me?
Yeah, not you. That's.
Hang on, I'm going to go with the amputation thing. I'm going to go to Sean because he just had a toe amputated. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Hey, Sean, so you had a big toe amputated, right?
Yeah, last June.
What happened? Why did you have to have that removed?
Down fishing in Ocean City, jumped in the water, cut myself on something.
Oh.
And pretty bad cut. Said I'm on vacation, not going to get it looked at while I'm down there. And then by the time the week was over, my whole foot was swollen. I couldn't even fit in my shoe.
You know, that's it. So that's a common story, and it makes you really, sometimes you're flippant about something when you get a cut like that. No, okay, I'll be fine. But really, you got to think about it. So,
hey, Sean, did it get infected?
Yeah, I had it wound up being a staph infection that went down to my bone.
There you go.
And you could have lost your foot.
Yeah, that's everybody keeps telling me. I'm lucky I lost one toe and not a whole foot, but your balance is screwed up no matter what you do. One toe, and I'm falling everywhere still. It's only almost a year now, but
wow, really?
Let me ask you, Sean, is there some sort of sock or shoe or something that
shoe?
I wear I got a insert for my orthotics that has like a fake toe built into the orthotic.
Okay.
So it's supposed to help me. But it's still, I'm standing there, and then my wife looks over, and I'm on the floor, so out of nowhere.
Oh, man, that sucks. Sorry to hear about that.
Is there anything that you did before that you won't do now since you've lost your toe?
Yeah, if I get a paper cut, I'm going to the doctor, but...
No, I meant, like, did you play any sports or, even like bowling or something like that?
No, I mean, it's not really, doesn't affect me that way. It just affects me more of, like, every day just walking and, like...
Okay.
I mean, it still hurts like hell, too, with it being missing, but... I mean, no, it doesn't change the way I do things. I mean, yeah, when I kick a soccer ball with my son, I try to push it on the outside of my foot instead of the inside. I'm not going to kick it.
But you didn't, shoot a bow and arrow with your feet for the circus or anything like that, so this isn't going to...
No. I use my penis for that.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it.
Yes, Sean.
You didn't even think about that.
what about we hear of phantom pains when people lose an appendage? Do you still feel nerve-wise like your toe exists?
Yeah. So some days I wake up and my foot just hurt, and I tell my wife that, hey, my toe hurts. She's like, Sean, you don't have a toe. I'm like, yeah, but it's my toe that hurts. It's my toe. It's
right.
I feel right now like I'm driving. I feel like my toe is pressing the brake right now.
Wow.
I still feel it there, and that's where it hurts. It hurts in my toe.
I wonder if a year is about right. Do they give you? I guess everyone has a different experience. How long it takes you before those phantom pains leave? But hey, look, man, it's I assume after a while you get used to all of this, and hopefully it goes in your way. But that sucks, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Have a good day.
You too. By the way, there was a text from somebody who said that, and you hear this from time to time, that his dad lost his thumb. And so they replaced his thumb with his big toe.
Yes.
Or I don't know if it was his own or if he got a donor toe, or I don't know how that works. Do they do things like that? I have no idea.
When I was a kid, my grandfather stole my nose.
Oh.
Did you ever get it back?
Did he say
put
got
it back.
your nose?
He put it back.
Okay.
Did it make
But
a
I'm
pop
like,
sound?
you mother effer.
Wait, hang on. My dad has his big toe on his hand, lost his thumb in a work accident. So, yeah, his own big toe. So... And that would be weird, right? Looking down there and knowing that was...
That little piggy went to market.
That little piggy did go to market?
Yeah.
Because how many things have you dropped? I've had stuff drop on a toe, usually the big toe, where it turns black under the nail. And horrible.
I told you my dad, in one of his great backwoods doctor moments, he dropped a railroad tie on his toe.
Oh, my God.
And it turned black, the nail did, and it swelled up and got huge. So my dad, rather than go to the doctor, he took a paper clip, heated it up on the stove.
No.
And bled it?
Ridiculous, man.
Yeah, and he lanced it.
Oh, my God.
He lanced it with a white hot paper clip holding with a pair of pliers.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's how he fixed that.
And then he probably chewed on the railroad tie, right?
All right.
My dad and your dad definitely could have hung out for sure.
Yep, absolutely. All right. I've been told we're not even doing the stream of consciousness, nerd.
Well, that was.
We got to go to well, that was just one story. So, all right, we got to go to the bizarre file. So let's do that now.
WMMR presents presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Bizarre File this morning is brought to you by Monster Mania. You can meet the biggest names in horror at Monster Mania Con 49 this weekend, and that's at the Cherry Hill Hotel. And Ernie Hudson, Michael C. Hall, and many more will be there. MonsterMania.net. All right, sometimes nature sends a warning. An Australian surfer returned to shore uninjured after an encounter with a shark and found that the animal had left a bite mark on his board.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Talk about sweating bullets, man. The city council said that the surfer was in the water yesterday morning at Morabra Beach when his board was bumped and it was a shark. Lifeguards patrolling the area confirmed that there was a shark swimming nearby. Also said all local beaches were being closed temporarily to protect swimmers and surfers, but there was a bite mark on his surfboard.
So he didn't get to enjoy Dress Like a Seal Day.
No, he didn't. Nope. A thief broke into this is in Cleveland. A thief broke into a storage garage, stole $17,000 worth of tools and technology, including, and this is the reason I bring this story up, a jetpack.
Oh.
Like a jetpack.
Yeah. So Cleveland police said detectives need help figuring out who the suspect is.
Have they checked Infinity and Beyond?
I don't know if they've looked there yet. The suspect cut out the lock on a storage garage and took a concrete saw, a hammer drill, power threaders, about 80 rolls of wire. And then he pried open the office door and stole a camcorder, computer, and a jetpack. And in the story, they don't explain who's got a jetpack and why.
It's like when Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just take this.
What is this? I'll take this. And he puts it on and finds out.
He's Ant-Man.
He's Ant-Man. The Cleveland police shared a surveillance photo of the two-tone truck caught leaving the scene, and they are looking for help in identifying the person. Residents in Selma, California were warned after a cougar was spotted warning near Country Club Lane and Mill Street.
You boys go to play golf?
Early Monday.
Meet me in the bar afterwards with some drinks and bring your putter.
It was walking through the neighborhood. The animal wandered through yards for several hours before climbing onto the front porch of a home. The California Department of Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife tranquilized the cougar when it trapped
I have
itself
sweat in my cleavage.
in a resident's courtyard and was brought to a veterinarian for examination.
Feels so good.
Before being released into the wild in Kings National Forest. So my best friend Steve, his wife, this is in Missouri,
right?
St. Louis, Missouri, saw in their backyard a cougar, a mountain lion. They're not indigenous to the area, and it was corroborated by, she had posted on Facebook about it, and someone else had seen one going across an interstate near that area. So that's how they knew that, she didn't just see something that was maybe, she mistook it for something.
That's
but
pretty
apparently
cool.
It was a cougar, yeah.
My wife told me last week that we have a retention basin behind our house that she saw a bobcat back there. And I was like, are you sure it wasn't a fox? And she goes, no, it's like one of those things that clears out all the brush. I was like, oh.
It was an actual piece of
machinery.
I would have thought the same thing, Case.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a bobcat, but she'd reference it by the brand name.
I told you guys about this there's a hill behind my house, and I looked out back one time, and I saw what I thought was a panther, black panther. And it scared me for a moment, and so I cautiously got a little bit closer. It was just a normal-sized black cat, but for whatever perspective
I told you the story
I was looking at, I thought it was a large cat.
This is a common thing on the moors throughout England and Scotland. They report large panther-like cats, and Preston. They did a deep dive. They got all the stories. They did all the data research. And they're pretty much coming to the conclusion you are.
Yep.
The perspective plays with your mind.
It scared me.
Yeah.
All right, this is do I have time for
yeah, you got at least one more.
This is a long story.
Okay.
One lengthy story. Okay. In 2016, 3 weeks into a search that had made headlines across the nation, Sherry Papini turned up on the side of a Yolo County freeway, bound, emaciated, and injured. The Redding mother of two described a harrowing treatment at the hands of mysterious abductors, or harrowing, I should say. On Thursday, federal prosecutors last Thursday said the entire incident had been a hoax.
Yeah.
Papini was arrested and faces charges of making false statements to federal law enforcement officers, mail fraud, and other things. The U.S. Attorney's Office said, in truth, she had been voluntarily staying with a former boyfriend who had harmed herself to support her statements.
Not selling it.
She could be sentenced up to 20 years in prison. As a result of the alleged kidnapping, she had been granted over $30,000 in about 35 payments from the California Victim Compensation Board to pay for therapist appointment and other costs. Investigators began to question the story in 2020 after DNA found at Papini's clothing or on Papini's clothing upon her return that matched her to one of her ex-boyfriends. In an interview with investigators, the ex-boyfriend said Papini had told him that her husband was abusive and that law enforcement was not investigating the incidents. Sheriff's office didn't have any domestic violence reports filed by her, so that was a lie too, I guess.
What are you going to say about that, Papini?
The ex-boyfriend called Papini a good friend and said that she had asked him for help and told him that her husband was beating him, raping her, and she was trying to escape. So he just wanted to help out. He picked her up outside of Redding, drove her to his home in Costa Mesa. She allegedly never left the residence during her stay. The ex-boyfriend told investigators Papini cut her own hair and hit herself to create bruises and burned herself on her arms.
Why are you hitting yourself?
He said that he helped create some of her injuries as well, although he never laid his hands directly on her. For example, she told him, bank a puck off my leg.
Oh, my
So he shot a puck off of her leg, like with a hockey stick.
Ow.
He also participated in branding her using a wood burning tool and then drove her back to the Redding area at her request, again using a rented car. She was found before sunrise on Thanksgiving on the side of the road with a 1/4-inch thick chain around her waist, hose clamps on her wrists, and her face bruised and her nose broken. She only weighed 87 pounds when she was flagged down as well.
It's so elaborate and so insane. And the fact that the boyfriend went along with it.
Yep, and they freed her by kicking her out of her. She said they freed her by kicking her out of her car on the side of the road. She described her captors as two women who spoke Spanish. Most of the time, she described one of the captors as having long curly hair, pierced ears, and thin eyebrows, and thick accent. Of course, they had eyebrows. Her husband reported her missing after he came home from work and found that she hadn't picked up their children from daycare. Her cell phone and headphones were found near. So she had staged all this stuff.
Like
apparently.
elaborately.
Yeah. And I'd never heard of anybody like branding themselves and hitting themselves and doing all this stuff. So
At one point, she was chased by a bobcat, Preston, but it was
just a kitty cat.
It was a front end loader. Yeah. All right. Anyhow. Weird story, and that is all I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get lesson question, trash music news. Those things are up next. Stay put. Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does. Yes. So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Randy Newman, I Love L.A., yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So we show up, and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place, and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on, so we just walk in, and boom. We're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway done, my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like, everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000! Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot, and Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside. He invited us back, and so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think, just shy of a week.
I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is,
beautiful.
it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with the lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. It said our pilot program, drug-sniffing bearded dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Did they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? Dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a bit like meth, I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah. Wait,
he just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup lizard.
By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. As I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer. Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I noticed
6 to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee, I wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep.
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to...
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well... No, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't cover that.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In this study.
Oh no.
And as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical
Stop
ways. We're gathering data here. When
Listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual...
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's big. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh
my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes.
215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. And you can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. What's happening, Steve?
Well, Colton Underwood is claiming that he's been besieged by friends and family pleading with him to reconsider his decision not to require a prenup from fiancé Jordan C. Brown. However, Underwood says once he commits to something, he sticks with it unless that is being heterosexual.
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio selling one of his many Hollywood homes for $5 million. DiCaprio says we can all help climate change a little bit by keeping our house count under 10.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Jennifer Lopez took to Instagram to demonstrate that she doesn't need makeup to look her best thanks to her new skincare treatment, J.Lo Beauty. Lopez says J.Lo Beauty is the only skincare product that is made up of 60 different types of makeup. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if you know the answer to this question. What if you get stuck in a tree and can't get off a branch? What are you known as? And it's Wayne we're going to go to. Hey, Wayne, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Wayne, what are you known as if you get stuck in a tree and can't get off a branch?
A crotch cricket.
Yes. Yeah. Hang on, bud. Wayne got himself some tickets to see Joe DeRosa tomorrow night at Punchline in Philly. And don't forget that tickets are on sale now for 5 shows with Joe DeRosa. So tonight through Saturday, punchlinephilly.com to get the tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
The end is purple.
All right, brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. Their Day of Giving is your time to shine for the participants of the Special Olympics USA Games. Grab a sub on Wednesday, March 30th, and all sales will be donated to the games. Jersey Mike's, be a sub above. Deftones have officially parted way with their bassist, Sergio Vega. Vega confirmed the news with a video statement saying, I didn't want to have to make a video about this, but after the recent band photo posted on Deftones Spotify, I feel like I need to clear the air. I'm not very good at this, so I wrote out a statement, and I will read it to you now. He went on to talk about his friendship with the Deftones, which goes back to 1995 after working with the band on and off for years. He'd asked repeatedly about becoming a permanent member. He said, I worked with the band for about 12 years, and at the start of every album cycle, I asked about becoming an official member, but the contract would be improved instead. COVID was a breaking point for a lot of people, and I started to question my place in the band and the future that I wanted for my career. I really started to need something stable because at that point, my contract with them was canceled. One day I got a call from the guys about an internal band situation, and they asked me if I was solid and that I would have to fly out to L.A. to help work it out right away. He said, I said, of course, I was all in, and we can handle my situation later, but I can't go back to my old contract. Our respective management had a conversation to discuss a new contract, and they offered me the same deal. And at that point, it was clear that there was no opportunity for growth for me, so I declined the offer. And then I called the guys immediately to see where the miscommunication was to resolve it, but there was no response. He said a couple of days later, I received an email from their lawyer that their offer was withdrawn.
Oh, boy.
And that they wished me the best. So I left the band in early last year, and since then I've been focused on my band Quicksand, as well as working as a producer and writer for other artists and projects. And I'm mentioning this because there was some speculation about me selling my gear and quitting music altogether. What a weird situation. I didn't know. I mean, for 12 years, they've had him as like a contracted bass player.
And it seems at a certain point, you commit, S or get off the pot, as they used to say.
Yeah, so, and I didn't realize bands sometimes had that type of agreement. I always think of a band as a agreed upon we're in this together. This is our entity.
Right.
I understand when musicians will hire, musicians for the temporary to be performing with them, touring.
That's what happened with Ghost. Remember with Ghost? There was a whole big issue with the whole people who were all completely hidden from the audience because they were in costumes.
You're right.
And they were suing.
Yep. So, nonetheless, he's out of the band. Tenacious D, Jack Black, and Kyle Gass are adding some tour dates for their fall leg, and one of those dates brings them here to Philadelphia. The tour is the belated 20th anniversary celebration of their 2001 self-titled debut album, and they're going to be playing The Man on September 11th. And
it's kind of perfect for them.
Said it's a Sunday. Yep. Tickets will go on sale Friday, by the way, tomorrow. So you will have a chance to get them. There you go.
Sorry, I didn't.
What?
I didn't have them on all queued up and ready to go.
Yeah, because
I love these guys.
They're a blast. They're so much fun. Taste.
Wait, what did you say? I said baby. You said
we'll make a good goulash with it.
With it. Ooh, I always said baby.
Your sauce will mix with ours, and we'll make a good goulash with it.
Okay.
I don't know. Back it up.
I just did.
All right.
I think
don't
it's
care.
with it. It doesn't matter.
It says baby. We'll make a good goulash baby.
All right, there you go. It's baby. All right, Kiss have launched their new Cold Gin signature liquor. Turn their classic song into a New York-style gin. I don't know what a New York-style gin is.
I have no idea. It's infused with chicken.
It's the fourth product from the band's alcohol brand Drink It Up by Kiss, which launched in 2021. Considering one of the group's most famous songs is Cold Gin, it only made sense to make the Ace Frehley pen tune the namesake for their new gin. Paul Stanley said in a press release, now it really is Cold Gin time. If gin is your thing, then this is the one to bring. Like the song, this one's a classic. The bottle features a custom label featuring the Brooklyn Bridge in each member of Kiss. It's rendered in lavish Art Deco style and will look proper on the shelf next to Kiss Collectibles.
Does look good.
Yeah.
Good label. They're masters of marketing, and this is the one thing they really haven't gone after aggressively.
Yep, and each bottle's $39.99, so it's not ridiculously overpriced or anything like that. Now, speaking of that, AC/DC has just announced for those about to rock ale via halftime beverage. The new officially sanctioned beer is available to ship in to 33 U.S. states for a limited time. The first 500 customers get a 12x15 print insert free with the purchase.
It really should have made it a bock instead of an ale and said and called it for those about the bock.
You're right. That would be a good one.
A little bit of creativity helps.
Mm-hmm.
AC/DC's For Those About to Rock Ale is cold fermented for the cool, crisp, refreshing flavor you'd expect from a seasonal Australian lager.
How's Peter Chris's Similac doing?
I haven't heard any reviews on that as of yet. Billy Joel and wife Alexis have made an initial donation of $250,000 to aid the Ukrainian war effort and suffering refugees. The piano man posted a message on his official website and social media platforms revealing that via the couple's Joel Foundation, they've donated the money through Bethany Frankel's Be Strong Foundation, which is part of the Global Empowerment Mission.
Have you seen how much money her foundation has raised for the Ukraine? It's like $40 million.
No,
I mean, it's crazy. So, at the beginning, I'm like, this is another sort of look what I'm doing. But they're doing great work.
Yep. All right, I thought this is pretty awesome. The first Beatles-related drum kit used in John Lennon's pre-fame group, the Quarrymen, is going under the hammer. Drummer
Why
Colin,
destroy it?
No, they're selling it.
You
drummer
mean like auction hammer.
Colin Hanton's legendary drum set, which is also featured on John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison's first amateur recording session in Liverpool, will be sold via Julian's Auctions May 20th. And Hanton was playing the iconic drums on July 6, 1957 at the Woolton Village Fete, the day that John and Paul met. The first time the pair ever performed on stage together, as well as during the Quarrymen's first amateur recording session in 1958, where they recorded a cover of "That'll Be the Day" and the McCartney-Harrison original, "In Spite of All the Danger."
You were pretty good up there.
They are expecting it to go between $400,000 and $600,000.
So are you? You want to get some chicken fingers?
The lot also. The lot also
I love them.
He wasn't a vegetarian back then.
No.
The lot also includes a one-of-one Quarrymen drum kit animated NFT, serving as the digital representation of the physical drum kit used by Colin Hanton and the Quarrymen. And then finally, the See Here Now Festival has been announced and will return to New Jersey at North Beach Asbury Park with headliners Green Day and Stevie Nicks. And the weekend-long event also brings in many other exciting acts, including Cage the Elephant, My Morning Jacket, Gary Clark Jr., Art, a great deal of global surfers will also be present, helping tie together the theme of the surf stage and the sand stage. This year's festival will also introduce the Beach Rumble Surf Contest, featuring two teams led by captains Corey Lopez and Sam Hammer.
By that time, you'll have spent a summer surfing. Do you think you're going to compete?
I should.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a surfboard this year. Yep. For tickets, including VIP Platinum and Ultimate Experience packages, you can visit the website. The start of the sale on March 9th at 10 a.m. And I don't know what that website is, but do a search on, See Here Now.
We've got to get Stevie Nicks on at some point, right?
Yeah, and there'd be a good excuse to do it. The VIP packages were the ones the last year the Pearl Jam were selling for like $7,500.
Oh, those were the same ones?
Yeah, and it was the same festival. Danny Clinch is a part of it. Danny's a great photographer. But yeah, it's like, it is really nice premium stuff. You get like an apartment for the weekend. It's not just tickets to the show and they drive you to and from or whatever. But
pub toast.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, but still, if you're going to spend that amount of money on a concert plus a room.
To me, the thing that in these festivals and so on and so forth, the thing that I think is the main impetus, access to bathrooms that are a little bit more maintained.
That was a part of it.
A cool place to sit, because otherwise, I just can't.
Yeah.
You know?
There was like a golf cart ride everywhere.
I need a Bayada nurse with me.
Yeah. $7,500.
Comes with the Bayada nurse.
All right.
Everyone gets their own Bayada nurse.
What's a Bayada nurse?
The ones you see the commercials for all the time. They come if someone's like a wheelchair bound, take care of you. They'll give you a sponge bath to do it.
All right. Yes, I could use one of those.
You want your sponge bath now? Oh, your Pop Tarts.
Can't have both at the same time for $7,500?
Living it up, baby.
Yeah. All right, that's music news. We're going to take a break, come back in a second, wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week prize when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right.
Night shower, night shower. We all how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
Goddamn truth.
I just have
In
no
case you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself.
Oh my God.
I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
when I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands.
Use
For
it
his
on the
nuts,
pubes.
he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
Are they? I mean, probably.
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
Napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer takes time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
My God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like, around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like a
it
stripper.
glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy Atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh, my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you'd do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
Yeah. I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can
it,
see
yeah.
your buoys.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams. Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys have been kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pals we throw out. I give it 4 pals, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
No, that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey!
Which one?
Brie Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids! I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple a day. Now, Tim was assuring me. He said, emphatically, he said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top-notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way,
Mike?
sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
Good. All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a Stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a Stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay.
All
right.
And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. 53 degrees or so, and tomorrow a decent day, 59. May as well call that 60, right?
Yeah. Oh God. If we're
Cloudy.
calling today Friday.
Yep.
Then that's 60.
Yep, I agree. And then we do have some rain and wet snow on Saturday, but the snow thing is not going to be too much. I actually took out my my snowblower and ran it until it ran out of gas yesterday.
Oh, so you've already prepped it for the storage.
It's going away. I was looking at next week because we're looking at temperatures getting back into the 70s. I'm like, we're done.
I didn't jinx it or anything, did I?
I don't think you did.
We're going to have a massive storm.
Yeah, I think, listen, it's feeling right. You know, I have that sense that we're going to be doing this sort of roller coaster up and down, but I don't think we're going to get blasted.
Which, by the way, little did I realize that I had like a full tank of gas on this snowblower.
How long did it run?
Oh, like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and you have to do it because remember, if you leave gasoline in there, it gums it up.
Yeah,
and it won't work. If it sits on, and I'm like, it's just sitting out in my driveway running for like an hour and a half. I'm like, damn it. I thought maybe there'd hardly be anything in there. Just run it out and that'd be it.
We're getting calls, right? How's that coming along there, Preston?
I know. And I felt bad.
But you have to.
Environmentally, not a good thing to do probably as well. But, I had to get rid of the gasoline. So that's what I did.
Bringing you up on charge.
That's right, mister. All right. I would like to thank Rhino, Deanna Perrazzo, and also Tom Hannafin for being here from Impact Wrestling. They have the South Philly Showdown taking place the 18th and 19th at the 2300 Arena.
It's a big deal.
Yep, and they were really nice. It was a big deal. And I'm not going to thank Ali Sheedy because she wasn't on the show.
No. F you, Ali Sheedy.
Well,
I like Ali Sheedy. I wanted to talk to her. There's all sorts of things.
Yep. How you doing, Prairie Dog?
I like that.
Thank you.
Prairie Dog.
Just popped in my head.
I like that. Are you guys going to get Michael C. Hall?
No.
We'd love to, but you know those guys that come in for the Monster Mania, which is a fantastic event, and the people who run it are awesome, but they tend to come in on that day or the night before, and so I think that it's always after the fact. It's kind of run and gun.
Sometimes it works out, but a lot of times it doesn't.
Very rarely.
I really. Because I watched every episode of the original Dexter, and I had so many problems with it. And its ending, particularly,
especially the ending. Did you watch the new season?
I started watching it, and I don't. And then I said, I don't know if I can invest again.
You can.
I
watched.
Casey's giving it the thumbs up.
I watched.
Yeah, he did say it turns around.
Okay. I mean, I watched half of it, and I said, I don't know if I don't, and I turned it off actually. But I loved it. I loved the concept of it. It was brilliant, dark, macabre, all that stuff. But they didn't need to do several things that they did in the original series.
It's always frustrating.
Certain people eliminated, and it really was frustrating. And he was an executive producer, so I thought he might have had more say in it. So I would love to say, why did you allow this to happen, and why did you agree to this?
You idiot!
Why did you agree to this?
It's funny that every season he found another serial killer. It's like how how are you finding all the
right yeah, but yeah. Anyway, so and then I thought for sure that there'd be no return of it. And then, how many years? 6 years, 8 years later?
Yeah.
It comes back again. And I said, I got to watch it. Oh, no. Do I dare? I don't know.
They're rebooting everything these days, and so there you go.
I Love Lucy's coming back next week.
There you go. But why not?
Yeah.
All right, but no, we won't have him in. So sorry about
I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I just.
No,
I was just gonna say. You've got to ask him.
Right.
What the hell happened? It's like that guy from Lost. But
Harold.
The big guy from Lost. He's done Star Trek and Star Wars and everything.
J.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lost was definitely. We talked about that it was an incomplete experience. But the point has been made, and I agree that for the years that we were tied into it, it was a ton of fun.
No, it was magnificent. But it was just, when they started the dual timelines, and I was no. What are you doing?
I know.
I mean, it sort of seems like sometimes they start these things and they have these brilliant ideas, but they really don't know, even if they say they know, where they're going to end.
Yep. No, it's true.
I agree.
Anyway, blah blah blah.
All right. Yeah. Let's reel it back in. You want to do the letter of the day?
What?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
M, as in Miami.
All right, M is in Miami. One more letter to go tomorrow, and then we give away the 4-pack of pit tickets for the MM Barbecue, plus 4 concert T-shirts. Of course, the show is Saturday, May 21st. Waterfront Music Pavilion tickets are on sale, $25 for the lawn. The concert T-shirt pre-sale is happening now at the MMR Rock Shop, and it starts just $20. Available in both men's and ladies' cuts. Complete details at WMMR.com, by the way. What's in store for today on your show?
Well, thanks, partner. We've got Orange Loop Rock Festival tickets to give away. That'll be fun, coming in June in AC. We've got 3 birthdays in the workforce blocks and 3 bands to go with it. Ben Burnley of Breaking Benjamin, so we'll do a block of that band. We've got Tom Schultz of Boston, we'll do a block of that band. We've got Jeff Ament of Pearl Jam, and we'll do a block of Jimmy Buffett instead. I'm kidding. No, we'll do a block of Pearl Jam.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Radio program brought to you today by Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And Monster Mania 49 this weekend, Cherry Hill Hotel. We will round out the week tomorrow with comedian Joe DeRosa.
Yes.
The show. We haven't talked to Joe in a while. And we have Tim Tebow on the program.
What?
Haven't heard that name in a long time, so he'll be joining us.
Golf.
Yep, golf, exactly. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.